Chapter 436. After Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qingxian left, Yi Tianzong found Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and told them about his idea, which they agreed with. There was no time to lose. The three of them didn't delay. After making their decision, they immediately set off. The greater thousand world of the human race was a super greater thousand world. It was so vast that even a heavenly venerate powerhouse would find it difficult to explore its limits. The 3,000 great domains were only a part of the land in the human race's greater thousand world. Other than the 3,000 great domains, there were also extremely large, wild, and dangerous regions. The ethereal domain and Taiyuan domain were separated by an endless distance. But for powerhouses like Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who were at least great heavenly venerates, it would only take them a month to cross the distance. The Black Heaven sect of the Taiyuan domain. On this day, everyone in the Black Heaven sect was practicing their daily cultivation. However, right above the mountain gate of the Black Heaven sect, a spatial gate that connected the heavens and the earth appeared. The huge spatial gate rippled with a vast amount of energy and instantly spread across millions of miles of heaven and earth. The huge commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the Black Heaven sect. The upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect all appeared and looked at the spatial door in shock. Even the 6 great emperors of the Black Heaven sect, who had been in seclusion, appeared one after another to see the change in the sky. This is the arrival of a heavenly venerate, and not just any heavenly venerate. The Black Heaven sect's strongest ancestor, who is now a peak great emperor, said with a trembling voice, "What? A heavenly venerate? What is a heavenly venerate doing in our Black Heaven sect? The almighty heavenly venerate. Did we offend a heavenly venerate in some way? Is the heavenly venerate here to cause trouble for us? No way. How could we have offended a heavenly venerate?" While everyone in the Black Heaven sect was nervous, fearful, and worried, the huge spatial door finally opened. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu walked out of the spatial door. Leader, Yi Tianzong, and sect mastery were called out by many people in the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong said calmly, "Long time no see." Next, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu walked into the mysterious Heaven Great Hall under the respectful welcome of everyone in the mysterious Heaven sect. When Yi Tianzong revealed his cultivation base and the purpose of his visit, everyone from the Black Heaven sect agreed to join Yi Tianzong without exception. With 3 Empyrean powerhouses backing them, only a fool wouldn't agree. What's more, Yi Tianzong had already told them that before coming here, he had already wiped out all the Emperor-level and Supreme-level factions that he had a grudge with. As for the Black Heaven sect's foundation in the Taiyuan domain, it was fine to throw it away. Yi Tianzong had already said that there would be better territory for them in the ethereal domain. Just like that, the entire Black Heaven sect smoothly became Yi Tianzong's subordinate force. In the next 10 years, everyone who was willing to leave with the Black Heaven sect made preparations and took care of everything. When the 10 years had passed, Yi Tianzong kept everyone in his inner world and then returned to the ethereal domain with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. The Black Heaven sect had already gained a firm foothold in the ethereal domain. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu as their backers, no faction in the ethereal domain was stupid enough to find trouble with the Black Heaven sect. On the contrary, countless Emperor-level factions had established friendly relations with the Black Heaven sect. Because of this, the Black Heaven sect had developed rapidly. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had rested enough, they announced that they would go into closed-door cultivation. They then left behind a consciousness clone and left the trial space, returning to the great thousand worlds of the myriad tribes. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu immediately took out countless divine pills and weapons and handed them to their consciousness clones. Then they asked their clones to deal with everything within 10,000 years. At the same time, the three of them also began to deal with some matters within the scope of their responsibilities, such as inspecting the situation in the human domain and looking for foreign tribe spies. The various factions and powerhouses of the human domain once again welcomed a carnival. In all the fortresses and cities under Yi Tianzong's command, a large number of divine pills of various grades appeared in the Heavens Expanse Pavilion. Moreover, in the Heavens Expanse Pavilion's headquarters in the Heavens Expanse Heavenly Palace, there were supreme godly soul pills, supreme heavenly origin pills, and supreme body source pills that were suitable for heavenly venerable powerhouses to consume. Now, within the human domain, there were countless fortresses and cities. The various factions were also building their cities and garrisons according to the Heavens Expanse Pavilion's soaring, cloud-level, and sky suppression level battle fortresses. It could be said that the entire human domain's foundation, defensive capabilities, and mobilizing forces had increased by more than 100 times compared to before. Before Yi Tianzong came out of closed-door cultivation, the human domain's overall strength had already surpassed the peak strength of tens of thousands of years ago before the war with the foreign tribes broke out. Now that Yi Tianzong came out of closed-door cultivation, the human domain's strength once again welcomed a rapid increase. In the next 10,000 years, due to the various king grade, emperor grade, and supreme grade divine pills that Yi Tianzong and the other two brought out, the human domain's godly kings and great emperors emerged one after another. Even some heavenly venerable powerhouses had advanced. After 10,000 years, the number of human domain's great emperors had exceeded 1,000,000, and the number of godly kings was innumerable. Even the number of heavenly venerable powerhouses had increased from 10,000 years ago to 27. This was largely due to the help of the supreme elixir that Yi Tianzong had refined. On this day, all the human domain's heavenly venerable powerhouses had gathered in the central heavenly palace of the central heavenly court. Supreme heavenly venerable void was also present in the highest position of the heavenly palace's treasure hall. This time there is only one purpose for gathering all of you here, and that is to take revenge and take back the territories that the human domain has lost. Do you have any suggestions? Supreme Heavenly Venerable Void made his decision. Obviously, the matter of revenge had already been decided. They had to fight. Now, what they needed now was suggestions that would allow the human domain to succeed more smoothly and with less losses, not whether to fight or not. Great Heavenly Venerable Shenyang said, although the demon race has some internal strife due to unknown reasons and is being pressured by the Heavenly Saint clan and the Star Spirit clan, the strength and history of the demon race far surpass that of the human race. Even if we are much stronger, it is not appropriate for us to start a conflict with the demon race. What we need now is a wider territory and a greater providence to allow the human race to slowly grow stronger. Therefore, I suggest that we start with the ancient Elephant clan and the Purple Spirit clan. Yi Tianzong said, I also agree. Although the ancient Elephant clan and the Purple Spirit clan are not weak, they don't have any supreme, heavenly venerables. It will be much easier to deal with these two clans than the Blood Demon clan. The Silver Moon clan is backed by the spirit restriction, Perilous Land, so we still need them to act as a buffer between us and the Perilous Land. Also, I think that the Blood Demon clan also needs to send a powerful force to guard against them. Great Heavenly Venerable Shenyang and Heavenly Venerable Vast Expanse, the two strongest Heavenly Venerables below the Supreme Heavenly Venerables, had spoken. The rest of the matter naturally evolved into how to send troops, who to send which forces to attack which clans, and so on. Following the decision of all the Heavenly Venerables of the human race, orders were sent from the Central Heavenly Court to all the branches of the Heavenly Court and the entire human race's territory. This time, the human race planned to mobilize most of their forces to attack the ancient Elephant clan and the Purple Spirit clan, while the Devil race was dealing with the Heavenly Saint clan and the Star Spirit clan with all their might. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Not only did they want to take back the territory that the human race had lost, but they also wanted to attack the territories of these two clans. The entire human race was preparing in full swing. Countless war fortresses and sky patrol battleships carried hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to the human race's border through the void teleportation array. The various major factions of the human race also sent experts to lead teams to the human race's border in huge fortresses and cities. At the border of the human race, the ancient elephant clan and the purple spirit clan, the endless human race army, looked at the distant border with murderous intent. They looked at the foreign race army beyond the border. The border, which had been erupting with all kinds of conflicts, was now filled with an extremely oppressive and heavy atmosphere. Chapter 437. High above the misty clouds, the humans were confronting the heavenly venerables of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. The atmosphere was tense. Although the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race did not have any supreme heavenly venerables, they still had great heavenly venerables. The two races had a total of 15 heavenly venerables, 2 great heavenly venerables, 5 late-stage heavenly venerables, and the remaining 8 early-stage and mid-stage heavenly venerables. This time, the humans had sent a total of 11 heavenly venerables to attack the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. They were led by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. The remaining 16 heavenly venerables were on guard against the movements of the devil race, the blood demon race, and the cracking gold race. The great heavenly venerables of the ancient elephant race glared at the humans and asked loudly, "Humans, are you going to break the oath and invade our two races?" Yi Tianzong sneered and said, "Humph, your ancient elephant race and purple spirit race have been provoking conflicts with our human race at the border all these years. You were the ones who broke the oath first. Now, our human race only wants to take back the territory that you have invaded. Cut the crap. Today is the day you die." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he did not waste any time. He directly joined forces with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and executed a forbidden divine ability together. A tricolored beam of light that passed through the cycle of time and space instantly took away a total of 7 late-stage and great heavenly venerables from the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu appeared again, there were only 8 heavenly venerables left from the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. At this moment, they were already scared out of their wits. Don't let a single one of them go. Kill. Yi Tianzong's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The other 8 heavenly venerables of the human race looked at Yi Tianzong and the other 2 in awe. Then they charged toward the heavenly venerables of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race with confidence that they would win. It just so happened that each of them was up against one, no more, no less. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu didn't attack again. They just watched the Empyreans fight. With their strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill these mid-stage and early-stage Empyreans. But the other Empyreans also needed to fight to prove their worth. The 3 of them only needed to ensure that none of the foreign race Empyreans escaped. When the battle between the celestial venerables broke out in the distant sky, the battle on the ground also broke out. After more than 50,000 years of careful preparation, the human race had demonstrated its absolute strength. Numerous huge war fortresses and countless sky patrol battleships covered the vast and boundless sky like a swarm of bees as they launched an all-out attack on the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. On the ground, countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals formed various battle formations and charged into the armies of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race, erupting into an earth-shattering battle with the alien army. At the same time, the great emperors of the human race, the ancient elephant race, and the purple spirit race also flew into the sky, erupting into an earth-shattering great emperor battle hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the sky. Every minute and every second, Countless living beings of the human race, the ancient elephant race, and the purple spirit race died. Godly kings and great emperors seemed so insignificant in this battle that involved the three races. In this life and death battle where there was no retreat, they fell like raindrops on the battlefield. The sun and moon lost their light, and heaven and earth wailed. A cold and bloody wind blew across the border for hundreds of billions of kilometers, adding even more killing and desolation to this racial war. Yi Xianlin was one of the marshals of the attack on the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race this time. Under Yi Tianzong's vigorous nurturing, Yi Xuanlin's true strength had already become a veritable sovereign venerable of the human race. All he lacked was a title. This time, Yi Xianlin led the 15 billion soldiers of the entire Heavenly Court branch to participate in the battle. However, unlike the other branches of the Heavenly Court, the 15 billion soldiers of the Heavenly Court under Yi Xuanlin's command all rode on battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships to fight the enemy. They didn't engage in close combat with the enemy. A total of 4 cosmic-level battle fortresses, 20 space-level battle fortresses, and 500 space-level sky patrol battleships formed a powerful attack formation, becoming the vanguard of the human race's attack on the ancient elephant race. Like an invincible and unstoppable sword, they directly tore apart the ancient elephant race's defense line and rampaged through the ancient elephant race's army, killing countless enemies. The human army, all the fortresses and battleships, followed closely behind, expanding the battle results and breaking more of the ancient elephant race's defense line. In the face of the powerful strength of the human race, the defense line that the ancient elephant race had prepared with all their strength was easily torn apart. Then they were attacked from both the sky and the ground. Under the destructive attacks of the human army, battleships, and fortresses, countless ancient elephant race creatures were reduced to ashes. On the other side, the purple spirit race's defense line was also quickly broken under the attack of countless human battleships and fortresses. Then, the human army launched the most powerful attack, breaking more of the purple spirit race's defense line and rushing into the territory of the purple spirit race. In the misty sky, the battle between the celestial venerables of the human race and the celestial venerables of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race also revealed a clear situation. Under the might of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, the celestial venerables of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race had no chance of escaping. Knowing that they were going to die, the celestial venerables of the two races completely let go of their hopes of getting lucky and turned to fight the human celestial venerables with all their might. They even didn't hesitate to self-detonate and perish together with the human celestial venerables. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu stopped the self-detonation of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race's celestial venerables in time. None of the foreign races' celestial venerables succeeded in self-detonating. In the end, these foreign race celestial venerables were all killed by the human celestial venerables. At this time, a full 3 days and 3 nights had passed. With all the celestial venerables of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race dead, the human race no longer had any scruples. The only thing left was to eliminate all resistance and occupy the territory of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. I'll stay behind to watch the battle. You guys go to the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race respectively and see if there are any forces that can threaten the army. If there are, eliminate them. If not, come back, Yi Tianzong said to the other 8 human celestial venerables. Yes, we'll go now. The other 8 human celestial venerables did not decline. They directly split into 2 groups and headed to the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race, respectively. The celestial venerables of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race had all died in battle. The 2 races no longer had the hope and strength to resist the human race. Under the overwhelming attack of the human army, they were defeated all the way. As for the human army and powerhouses, They marched straight in and started a monstrous massacre in the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. From the start of the war to the end, in just 10 years, the human race had completely occupied all the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race, causing the human race's territory to expand by more than 1/3. The battle ended too quickly. Under the deterrence of the human celestial venerables, the blood demon race did not have time to interfere at all. They could only watch as the human race's territory expanded once again. In the central heavenly court of the human race, all the human celestial venerables were gathered here. The supreme heavenly venerate of the void sat in the center of the heavenly palace's treasure hall and said in a light tone, this time after quickly occupying the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race, our human race will have more resources and providence. In the following time, we have to completely digest the results of this battle and temporarily stop waging war against the outside world. None of the celestial venerables had any objections to the supreme heavenly venerate of the void's words. This time, the human race's territory had expanded by more than 1/3. Everyone was more concerned about how to divide their territories. After some discussion, half of the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race would be taken back by the heavenly court as the territory of the new celestial venerables of the human race. The remaining half would be divided among the 26 celestial venerables of the human race. Among them, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu had the power to kill a Grand Empyrean. They had contributed the most in this battle, so they were given the largest and best territory. In the following time, the human race fell into a state of silence. They calmed down and digested the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race, converting more resources and providence into strength. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu arranged everything, they also entered the immortal mansion to enter seclusion and comprehend the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth with all their might. The stars, frost, wind, and dew accumulated over the years. 30,000 years passed just like that. At this moment, the human race had already digested the enormous resources and providence brought by occupying the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race. The number of great emperors in the heavenly court alone had exceeded 600,000, and the number of great emperors in the entire human race had reached more than 1/4,000,000. In these 30,000 years, 4 new celestial venerables had advanced, and the number of celestial venerables in the human race had reached 31. Chapter 438. Everything in the human race was developing in a good direction. The number of powerhouses continued to increase, and the overall strength of the human race was increasing bit by bit. In the 30,000 years in the myriad races, great thousand world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu spent 240,000 years in the immortal mansion's cultivation area. Under the laws of the myriad races, great thousand world manifested in the immortal mansion. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu comprehended with all their might. When they were done cultivating, the 3 of them would enter the trial space's realm battlefield to fight against Empyrean powerhouses from various large worlds, or to search for origin crystals and resource veins. Under the cycle of fighting, searching for treasures, and comprehending laws, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu's cultivation speed didn't slow down. Instead, they progressed rapidly. After more than 200,000 years in the immortal mansion, the 3 of them had reached the peak of the late-stage Empyrean realm and were only 1 step away from breaking through to the great Empyrean realm. Another 10,000 years passed in a flash, and the human race in the myriad races, great thousand world, gained another 2 Empyrean powerhouses. The number of human race Empyreans reached 33. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu, who were still in closed-door cultivation in the vast expanse of Mortal Mansion, had successfully broken through to the great heavenly venerate realm in the past 80,000 years. They had also used the large primordial crystal lode they found in the heavenly venerate area of the world battlefield to complete the 9 revolutions of the mysterious art and the 9 revolutions of the heaven origin mystic technique. After becoming a great Empyrean and completing the 9 revolutions of their respective secret techniques, Yi Tianzong had the battle prowess of a supreme Empyrean, while Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had reached the threshold of a supreme Empyrean strength. After the 3 of them had completely adapted to their respective realms and fought against the great Empyreans and supreme Empyreans of various large worlds, the 9 revolutions of the mysterious art and 9 revolutions of the sky origin secret techniques combined into one, their strength had once again increased by 9 times. Yi Tianzong had taken a huge step forward in his strength of a supreme Empyrean, while Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had the strength to challenge a supreme Empyrean realm. The 3 of them had also severed their self-bodies by the harvest of hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation was huge. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu relaxed in the ethereal region of the human race's great thousand world for a few thousand years before coming out of seclusion and returning to the heaven's expanse, heavenly palace of the myriad races, great thousand world. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong learned about the current situation of the human race from his doppelganger. After learning that everything was fine and that the human race was still developing in an orderly manner, Yi Tianzong did not pay too much attention to it. In comparison, he was more concerned about his father and the others who were about to become Empyreans. With the support of Yi Tianzong, regardless of the cost and the training in the world battlefield in the Holy Realm Mansion, Yi Haoren, Su Mingxin, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yinxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qing'a, Li Qingshi, and Yi Xianlin, a total of 8 people, all had the strength and foundation to become Empyreans. Yi Tianzong brought Ling Xinyue and Xinyu to the Haoranjin sect and met Yi Haoren and the others. After a detailed discussion, Yi Haoren and the others decided to become Empyreans in the next 1,000 years. Yi Xianlin would continue to wait until Yi Tianyu and Yi Xianqin grew stronger. Yi Tianyu was Yi Tianzong's younger brother, while Yi Xianqin was Yi Xuanlin's younger brother. The 2 of them had been born for more than 40,000 years and were extremely talented. With countless resources and training in the world battlefield, they were now powerful existences in the late Great Emperor realm. They had comprehended 13 kinds of worldly laws, and their strength surpassed most peak great emperors. Under the protection of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, Yi Haoren, Su Mingxin, and the others all successfully passed the Empyrean lightning tribulation and became new Empyreans. At the same time, the Yi family also became the most legendary and powerful supreme family in the entire human race. A total of 10 Empyreans were born, especially the 3 great Empyreans, Empyrean Vast Expanse, and Empyrean Twin Moons. Yi Haoren and the others had all advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Haoranjin sect was renamed the Haoran Celestial Sect and became the most powerful supreme sect in the human race. Countless human race geniuses felt honored to join the Haoran Celestial Sect. On this day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were leisurely living a warm and comfortable life in the heaven's expanse, heavenly palace. Suddenly, a grand and majestic aura of extreme yang came over. Yi Tianzong focused slightly, and then great Empyrean Shenyang walked in under the guidance of the heavenly palace's divine general. "Oh, it's Shenyang. Please take a seat. May I know why you are here today?" Yi Tianzong said casually. Great Empyrean Shenyang did not stand on ceremony and directly sat on a chair in the heavenly palace's main hall. Then he said, "I came to find you this time to ask if you still have any sky-piercing supreme elixirs. My disciple, Jiuyang, has accumulated almost all of them. However, just in case, I still want to make some more preparations. I still have some sky-piercing supreme elixirs. How about this? You can give me some million-year-old spiritual herbs. Here, take them." After saying that, Yi Tianzong threw a divine elixir that was overflowing with radiance and fragrance at great Emperor Shinyang. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I will remember this favor. I have no use for these spiritual herbs, so I'll give them all to you. Great Emperor Shinyang directly threw a Qinquan ring to Yi Tianzong. Inside it were all million-year-old spiritual herbs. There were more than 3,000 of them. You really put in a lot of effort. It just so happens that I have an idea to discuss with you. The interval between the emperor battle of the human race is too long. I want to reduce it to once every 20,000 years. Also, I want to change the rules. In the battle of the strongest emperor battle that occurs once every 20,000 years, in addition to the strongest emperor, I want to establish for more emperor sovereigns and 8 emperor lords. Each emperor sovereign and emperor lord will have a total of 13 spots. These 13 people will each get a sky-piercing supreme elixir. The strongest emperor sovereign will get 2. In addition, these 13 people can either hold office in the heavenly court or establish a force with the help of the human race. It will be the same as the authority of the emperor sovereign in the past. In the future, the human race will conquer more races and have more vast territories. We will need to cultivate more capable people to control the situation. What do you think? Great Emperor Shenyang thought for a moment and felt that this proposal was very good. He immediately agreed. Your proposal is good, but you can't pay for the sky-piercing supreme elixir yourself. After all, this is a matter for the entire human race. How about this? We can let the heavenly court purchase the sky-piercing supreme elixir on our behalf. This way, you won't have to suffer any losses. What do you think? I don't care. It's settled then. Let's inform the other celestial venerables and the supreme celestial venerables. After all, this needs to be decided by everyone. Okay, I'll inform them now. The next day, a total of 40 celestial venerables of the human race gathered in the central palace of heaven. Supreme Celestial Venerable Void looked at Yi Tianzong and Great Emperor Shenyang and asked, How meow, Shenyang, why did you call for a meeting of the celestial venerables? Yi Tianzong said directly, Supreme Celestial Venerable, I have discussed with Great Emperor Shenyang, and we feel that after Yi Tianzong told them what had happened, the human race, celestial venerables in the palace of heaven thought about it and felt that this proposal was good. They all agreed. Great Emperor Shenyang said, I agree with Hao Miao's proposal, but this is a matter for the entire human race. I don't think Hao Miao should be the only one to bear the responsibility for the sky-piercing supreme elixir. I suggest that the heavenly court purchase the sky-piercing supreme elixir refined by Hao Miao and reward one of the 4 emperors and 8 emperors in the name of the human race. This method works. Celestial Venerable Wanlei expressed his agreement. Celestial Venerable Guyu and Celestial Venerable Taishian also expressed their agreement. Finally, Supreme Celestial Venerable Void said, In that case, it's decided. The previous Battle of Emperors will be changed to the Battle of Great Emperors. It will be held once every 20,000 years. The first one will be held 3,000 years later. Let the human race know about this. Yes, all the celestial venerables answered. In the following month, a decision about the Battle of Great Emperors spread throughout the human race's territory from the heavenly court. After all the peak great emperors saw the news, especially the sky-piercing supreme elixir that could increase the chances of becoming a celestial venerable, their fighting spirit and ambition exploded in their hearts. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger looked at Yi Xianlin and asked, Do you have any thoughts about the Battle of Great Emperors 3,000 years later? Yi Xianlin said with a relaxed expression, Tianyu and Xianqin will be enough. By then, with their strength, there are almost no great emperors of the human race who can match them. I won't get involved. Chapter 439. Time flew by, and 3,000 years passed by very quickly. The first great emperor battle had also decided all the participants. Both Yi Tianyu and Yi Xianqin had participated in the Battle of the Great Emperors. They had defeated all the peak Great Emperors of the human clan with their peak late Great Emperors. In the end, they had a great battle. Yi Tianyu won Yi Xianqin by a narrow margin and became the sovereign emperor of the human clan, while Yi Xianqin became the emperor of the human clan. On top of that, there were two other peak martial monarchs from the Hao Ran sect. They had also won 2 emperor positions. This time, Yi Tianyu, Yi Xianqin, and the 2 great emperors from Haran Divine sect showed all the forces of the human clan how powerful the Yi clan and Haran Divine sect were. The strength of Yi Tianyu and Yi Xianqin only meant that Yi Tianzong and the other heavenly masters of the Yi clan were willing to sacrifice a lot. The other 2 great emperors from Haran Divine sect were also strong, which proved that the divine sect of the Haran Divine sect was really good at teaching their disciples. They deserved to be called the strongest supreme sect. After the 4 sovereigns and 8 emperors were decided, there were 2 more heavenly court-martials and 2 new heavenly court divisions. Yi Tianyu took over Yi Xuanlin's position. In addition, the other 8 great emperors also established their own inheritances with the help of the human clan. The 2 peak great emperors from Haran Divine sect continued to stay in Haran Divine sect. With a wider territory, the human clan's population increased greatly. There were more and more cultivators, and the human clan's power gradually increased. Time passed year after year, and the entire human race was preparing for the next war. It had been more than 25,000 years since the first Great Emperor competition. The human race held another Great Emperor competition. This time, the Haran Divine sect won 1 emperor and 2 monarchs. The sovereign spot was won by an ancient peak great emperor who was half a step into the Empyrean realm. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu walked out of the immortal mansion. They had been in seclusion for over 20,000 years. Over 200,000 years had passed in the immortal mansion, and the 3 of them had taken a small step forward in their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. They had almost reached 97%, and their strength had also increased by around 2-fold. Now it has become. Just as they walked out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong Trio received a notice that the human race Empyrean assembly was going to be held. When they arrived at the central celestial palace, the 46 celestial venerables of the human race were all present. Yi Xianlin had also become the Lord of Heaven of the celestial court. After the supreme heavenly venerate of the void appeared, he did not beat around the bush. He directly stated the purpose of gathering everyone, which was to start a war against the blood demon race. The blood demon race and the human race had a deep-seated hatred since ancient times. A long time ago, when the human race was weak, the blood demon race had always treated the human race as food. In the process of the human race's rise, the blood demon race had done many things to stop the rise of the human race. Now that the human race's strength had surpassed the blood demon race in all aspects, it was naturally impossible for the blood demon race to continue living. This was not only for revenge, but also to fight for more living space and resources. The blood demon race used to be a powerful race second only to the human race. They had a supreme, heavenly venerate. This time, we can't be careless when we attack the blood demon race. We have to end the battle quickly with absolute strength. Things are different now. After we occupied the territories of the ancient elephant race and the purple spirit race, our borders are already connected to other powerful races. If we don't get rid of the blood demon race quickly this time, the other races will definitely take advantage of the situation and attack us together. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang said with a solemn expression. All the human heavenly venerables in the central celestial palace fell silent when they heard this. What Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang said made sense. There was a huge difference between a race having a supreme heavenly venerate and not having one. A supreme heavenly venerate was the strongest existence in the world. They wielded the authority of the world and transcended the long river of fate. They could be sealed or they could die from exhaustion after being besieged for a long time by experts of the same level. However, the true spirit imprint of a supreme, heavenly venerate was deeply engraved in the long river of time and space. If the true spirit imprint was not completely erased, the supreme heavenly venerate would be resurrected one day and make a comeback. It was impossible to kill a supreme heavenly venerate in a short period of time in a one-on-one battle unless there was a taboo power that surpassed the heavens and earth. Coincidentally, Yi Tianzong and the other two, who already had the strength of a supreme heavenly venerate, would really have the power to kill a supreme heavenly venerate once they used the taboo mystic ability, boundless infinitum, yin-yang fusion. Yi Tianzong pondered for a moment and felt a gaze staring at him. When he looked up, Yi Tianzong realized that the supreme heavenly venerate of the void was looking at him. Then he heard the supreme heavenly venerate of the void ask, "Boundless infinitum, are you guys confident?" As soon as this was said, all the heavenly venerates in the hall looked at Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Yi Tianzong did not know why the supreme heavenly venerate of the void would ask such a question. However, given his current strength and status, he did not need to worry about the taboo of the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. After all, he had already matured and possessed the strength to protect himself. Yes, he won't be able to come out and stir up trouble for tens of millions of years. Yi Tianzong's faint but clear voice reverberated in the vast hall of the Sky Palace. At the same time, an aura that far surpassed that of a great heavenly venerate flashed past, causing great waves in the hearts of all the heavenly venerate powerhouses. Well, in that case, I'll leave the supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race to you guys. You must not let him escape. Shenyang, you will assist the boundless infinitum in leading the other heavenly venerates in attacking the blood demon race this time, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void said after some consideration. Yes, we definitely won't let him escape, Yi Tianzong said firmly. Yes, Shenyang, the great heavenly venerate of the void replied solemnly. After the heavenly venerate conference, the human race had already made up their minds to attack the blood demon race. Orders to prepare for war had been passed from the central heavenly court to all the large and small forces of the human race. The spies of the blood demon race among the human race had also sent news of the human race's movements back to the blood demon race. The entire blood demon race had been mobilized to prepare for war. How exactly did you cultivate? It has only been a few 100,000 years, yet your strength has already surpassed mine. This is really incredible. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang looked at Yi Tianzong and sighed. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Yi Tianzong said with a smile, Forget it. Probing into other people's cultivation secrets is a big taboo. I don't want to become that kind of person. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang shook his head indifferently. He was just saying, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's strength had increased so quickly that it was impossible not to be curious. However, there were some things that couldn't be probed. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang had only asked casually. He hadn't really wanted Yi Tianzong to tell him. However, he realized that Yi Tianzong didn't seem to be joking. You can't be serious, right? Great heavenly venerate Shenyang stuttered. Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Tianzong said seriously, You really want to tell me? Great heavenly venerate Shenyang felt his heart beating really fast this time. I can't tell you now. I'm still fumbling around. I can only tell you after I become a supreme heavenly venerate and verify its validity, Yi Tianzong said. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang asked in horror. You mean that you have created a cultivation method that can allow you to quickly become a supreme heavenly venerate? You're already on the verge of success? Yi Tianzong smiled but didn't say anything. However, this meant that he had tacitly agreed. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang really couldn't stay calm this time. He thought about how many years it had taken him to become a great heavenly venerate from the initial stage of the heavenly venerate realm. It had been more than 30 million years, and he had been a great heavenly venerate for more than 7 million years. Yi Tianzong had only used a few years to become a heavenly venerate and become a great heavenly venerate in less than 500,000 years. How big was the gap between them? He wanted to know more, but didn't know what to say. Thus, he left the heaven's expanse, heavenly palace, absent-mindedly. All he could think about was Yi Tianzong's unfathomable calm expression. As time passed, the human race deployed an endless army of the heavenly courts at the border with the blood demon race. Countless war fortresses and sky patrol battleships flew in the sky, blocking out the sun. On the other side, an endless army of the blood demon race was also deployed at the border. In the sky, the heavenly venerates of the human race and the blood demon race were already confronting each other. There were a total of 11 heavenly venerates from the blood demon race, including the supreme heavenly venerates. On the other hand, there were 23 heavenly venerates from the human race attacking the blood demon race. The remaining heavenly venerates were guarding against the other races that bordered the human race's territory. Chapter 440. The supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon tribe was a rainbow divine vermilion bird. It controlled the essences of the 5 elements and life and death. Its most powerful ability was the rainbow divine light, which was extremely powerful. The rainbow divine vermilion bird looked at Yi Tianzong and said, "Where is that old bastard Su Kong? Why are there only 4 great heavenly venerates? Do you think you can stop me?" Yi Tianzong's expression remained unchanged as he said, "There is no need for the human race's supreme heavenly venerates to deal with you. I alone am enough. However, in order to reduce the casualties of the human race, I can only ask you to hurry up and die. Attack!" Yi Tianzong never wasted words with his enemies, and it was no different this time. He immediately launched an attack. The boundless heavenly sword slashed down toward the supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon tribe with the power to annihilate space and time. After Yi Tianzong attacked, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu also attacked. The 2 of them split up and circled behind the rainbow divine vermilion bird. They coordinated with Yi Tianzong to unleash their own divine swords. The supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon tribe's expression changed drastically as soon as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu launched their attacks. He could sense lethal danger from their attacks, and he found it hard to believe that they were only great heavenly venerates. However, there was no time for the supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon tribe to be shocked. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had sealed off all his paths of retreat. The divine swords were already right in front of him, and he could only face them head-on. An earth-shattering cry erupted, and the rainbow divine vermilion bird instantly swelled to over 100 times its original size. Then a rainbow divine light flashed around its body, as countless streaks of light illuminated the heavens, forming 3 glazed divine light swords that clashed with the countless sword projections unleashed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu. When the 2 swords collided, a world-destroying energy burst out. Space cracks that were hundreds of meters wide appeared between heaven and earth. The destructive space turbulence disrupted the order of heaven and earth. As Yi Tianzong's words fell, the aura on Yi Tianzong's body suddenly increased by several times. An invincible aura swept through the heavens and the earth. The blade of the boundless heavenly sword erupted with a golden divine light that resembled a bright sun. It expanded to 30,000 feet, and endless nomological laws entwined around the golden divine sword. As Yi Tianzong swung down, it was as if there were countless Yi Tianzongs swinging their swords in the eternal space-time. Then, an endless amount of power gathered in the heaven-shaking divine sword. The space-time shattered, and the heavens and the earth shook. No power could stop the trajectory of the divine sword. At this moment, the blood demon tribe supreme, heavenly venerate, only felt an inescapable sense of crisis envelop his entire body. He was shocked to discover that he was no match for this human, first, heavenly venerate. At the same time, two more supreme auras that were only more powerful than his appeared behind him. Two world-destroying powers sealed off the space around him and cut off all his paths of retreat. They then slashed toward him at a speed that transcended space-time. The rainbow divine vermilion bird let out a shrill cry as a layer of crimson light spread from its body to a radius of over 1,000 feet. Faced with such a perilous situation, the blood demon tribe's supreme, heavenly venerate directly ignited his own blood essence and began to put his life on the line. All of the blood essence within the rainbow divine vermilion bird's body burned as the supreme Tao energy within its body surged explosively. It then unleashed its most powerful divine ability, the rainbow divine light, with all its might. Within a radius of several million kilometers, the rainbow divine light, imbued with a crimson divine light, permeated through heaven and earth as it clashed with the attacks unleashed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu. Space and time shattered as surging energy and spatial turbulence engulfed everything. Even the 9 heavens within a radius of 1 trillion kilometers were trembling and trembling. All of the other heavenly venerates who were battling were also struck by the shock waves of the battle, and all of them stopped their battles in shock as they looked toward the supreme heavenly venerate's battlefield. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu were all mentally connected. After the battle with the blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate erupted, the 3 of them released all of their clones to seal off the space within a radius of over 1 trillion kilometers. There was no way the blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate would be able to escape. Yi Tianzong swept aside the surging energy and spatial turbulence with his golden eyes of illusion breaker. At this moment, a rainbow divine vermilion bird over 1,000 feet in size stood between heaven and earth with an extremely feeble expression on its face. From the countless wounds on its body and the purplish golden blood flowing from its body, it was quite clear that it had been severely wounded. Yi Tianzong did not hesitate at the sight of the blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate. He immediately unleashed a combined attack with Ling Xingyue and Xinyu. Within the immortal mansion, there were many supreme heavenly venerates who were Yi Tianzong's opponents. As such, Yi Tianzong was not in the mood to waste time with the blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate, nor was he going to use it to test his own strength. After severely wounding the enemy, he was going to kill it on the spot. The blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate was indeed not in a very good condition at this moment. Yi Tianzong's true strength was much greater than his, and Ling Xingyue and Xinyu's strength were also slightly higher than his. Although he had withstood the attacks of the 3 of them, he had also been severely wounded. Although he could recover very quickly, he did not believe that the enemy would give him the time to do so. With a heavy heart, the blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate wanted to take advantage of the time when the attacks had just ended to escape from the encirclement. However, he discovered that the space within a radius of 1 trillion kilometers had been completely sealed off. It was very difficult for him to cross the void. Just as he was anxiously trying to think of a way out, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu suddenly turned into flowing light and intertwined above his head. What's this? The blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate was a little confused. However, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly burned all the blood essence in his body again before desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The flowing light that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu had turned into quickly merged into one in the sky, and then turned into a tricolor beam of light that was a perfect fusion of gold, chaos, and silver. After the tricolor beam of light appeared, the entire world fell silent. All the battles stopped in an instant. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The blood demon tribe's supreme heavenly venerate who wanted to escape, was also locked and suppressed by an incomprehensible force. He could not move at all, and only his mind could think slightly. He just watched as the tricolor beam of light penetrated his head at a speed that he could not reach, and then penetrated his body. In an instant, it went back and forth more than 10 times. The blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerates consciousness fell into endless darkness. The moment the blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerates consciousness disappeared, Yi Tianzong directly extracted 10 drops of blood essence from his corpse. With blood as the guide, the netherworld leads the way. A karmic thread appeared from the extracted blood essence, and then extended into the depths of an unknown space-time. Yi Tianzong looked at the karmic thread, and after informing Ling Xinyue and Xinyu to wait where they were, he rushed into the long river of time and space without hesitation. A moment later, Yi Tianzong returned to where he was. The moment he left, he had already found the true spirit of the blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerate, hidden in the long river of time through the karmic thread, and completely destroyed his true spirit. From now on, there would be no more blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerate in the myriad races world, and it would be impossible for him to be resurrected. After nodding at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong turned to look at the blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerate, whose face was already ashen. He casually waved out a long river of sword qi, which then divided into 10 streams and attacked the remaining 10 blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerates. Although the blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerates tried their best to resist, they were all seriously injured in the face of the huge gap in strength. End the battle quickly. Don't let a single one escape. Yi Tianzong said indifferently, and then disappeared with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, leaving the heavenly venerate battlefield. The blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerate had been eliminated, and the remaining 10 supreme, heavenly venerates had been injured by him. However, the human tribe had 20 supreme, heavenly venerates, so there was no need for him to watch over what happened next. If they still let the blood demon tribe's supreme, heavenly venerate escape, it could only be said that the human tribe's supreme, heavenly venerates were useless. The human tribe's supreme, heavenly venerates, who were bursting with confidence, did not disappoint Yi Tianzong. Not a single one of the blood demon tribes, supreme, heavenly venerates, managed to escape. They were all killed. Without their supreme, heavenly venerates, the blood demon tribe was no longer a threat to the human tribe. The blood demon tribe's territory had already been opened to the human tribe. The human tribe's countless armies rushed into the blood demon tribe's territory, excitedly and crazily, slaughtering countless blood demon tribe creatures along the way. Yi Tianzong had already informed the human tribe that the blood demon tribe's corpses and demon cores could be used to refine elixirs. Therefore, the blood demon tribe was a moving treasure in the eyes of the human tribe's army. The human tribe's army was filled with killing intent. In 100 years, the human tribe had completely occupied the blood demon tribe's territory and slaughtered more than 80% of the blood demon tribe's creatures. The rest were either reared in captivity or sold as slaves. Chapter 441. The blood demon race, the greatest enemy of the human race since ancient times, had been annihilated just like that. The huge territory had expanded the human race's territory by nearly half. Such a huge territory was enough for the human race to digest for 100,000 years. In the central sky palace, all the heavenly venerate powerhouses of the human race had gathered again for the purpose of dividing the blood demon race's territory. Besides Yi Haoren and some other heavenly venerates, the rest of the human race heavenly venerates looked at Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu in awe. During the battle with the blood demon race, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had killed a supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race despite being only at the great heavenly venerate level. The rest of the heavenly venerates were in awe of this earth-shattering power. Since they could even kill a supreme heavenly venerate, it wouldn't take much effort to annihilate them. The supreme heavenly venerate, who was sitting at the head of the table, also looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two and couldn't help but feel surprised. Although he had guessed that Yi Tianzong and the other two should be comparable to, or even stronger than a supreme heavenly venerate, he hadn't expected that they would be able to kill a supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race so easily. If all the heavenly venerates present knew that Yi Tianzong had not only killed a supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race, but also completely wiped out its true spirit, who knew if they would be even more shocked. During this heavenly venerate conference, every heavenly venerate had received a corresponding large territory to rule. Yi Tianzong and the other two had received the most. In addition, this heavenly venerate conference had also decided that the human race would remain dormant for 100,000 years. After all the heavenly venerates had left, the supreme heavenly venerate looked at Yi Tianzong and said, "The demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race are the oldest and most powerful races in the myriad races' great realm. The power of these three races occupies more than 70% of the vast great realm. If the human race wants to rise, these three races can't obstruct us apart from annexing the other races. Otherwise, it will take us a long time to rise. The demon race is in your hands." Yi Tianzong raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He understood the meaning behind the supreme heavenly venerate's words. Then he said calmly, "The world needs to be rich and colorful. It doesn't need to be the same. The human race will rise one day. Let the demon race fall into chaos a few more times." Supreme Celestial Master of the Void and Yi Tianzong looked at each other and smiled knowingly. After returning to the heaven's expanse heavenly palace, Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyuan Xinyu and said, "We have things to do again. The demon race cannot be allowed to calm down, and the human race needs more time. But there's no hurry. We'll go again in 10 or 20,000 years." "All right. Understood." Yi Tianzong and the other two announced that they were going into seclusion once again. This time they went into seclusion for almost 70,000 years. After 20,000 years of seclusion, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyuan Shenyu controlled the immortal mansion and went to the demon race's territory again. This time, Yi Tianzong and the other two did not start from the demon race's territory near the human race's territory. Instead, they went directly to the central region of the demon race's territory. According to Yi Tianzong's secret investigation, he found out that the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe had increased the intensity of their attacks on the demon race. More than half of the demon race's supreme heavenly venerates were confronting the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe at the border. Therefore, Yi Tianzong directly attacked the supreme saint lands that did not have a supreme heavenly venerate true body. His attack showed all the demon race's forces that the thief had returned and was even more powerful. The demon race that had gradually calmed down and organized their forces to fight against the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe was in chaos again. This time, not only were the emperors and supremes attacked, but even the kings and supremes were also attacked. Countless resources were stolen, countless outstanding geniuses were killed, and a large number of heavenly venerates were attacked and either killed or seriously injured. This time, the demon race learned their lesson. The supreme heavenly venerates that stayed in the demon race's territory immediately came out to search for traces of the thief. At the same time, the demon race's heavenly venerates and great emperors quickly formed small teams of 10 or 1,000 people and spread out to search for traces of the thief. All the great emperors, celestial venerables, and supreme celestial venerables of the demon clan searched for the thief inch by inch with bloodshot eyes. They swore that they would find the damn, unforgivable thief. They had never seen such a shameless thief before. Unfortunately, with the supreme treasure of the immortal mansion, the demon race's great emperors and heavenly venerates couldn't find traces of Yi Tianzong and the other two no matter how hard they searched. The thief was still under the strict search of all the demon race's great emperors and heavenly venerates. The thief appeared in the areas that the demon race's experts had just searched. Not only did he steal resources, but he also attacked the demon race's great emperors and heavenly venerates from time to time. Moreover, after he attacked, he immediately fled and disappeared without a trace. All the demon race's experts were so angry that they were about to explode. The Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe also found out about the chaos in the demon race. These two overlord races that had a blood feud with the demon race naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. They immediately increased their forces several times and launched an attack on the demon race's territory. The battle between the three overlord races escalated further, and the scale of the battle increased several times. Due to the actions of the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe, the demon race had no choice but to brace themselves and send more forces. The demon race's internal forces were further weakened. As a result, Yi Tianzong and the other two became even more lawless. The demon race was very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. For countless billions of years, they had never faced such internal and external troubles like now. They were constrained everywhere, and their reputation was greatly damaged by a thief. They had become the laughingstock of the myriad races and the great 1,000 domains. With Yi Tianzong and the other two taking turns to stir up trouble in the demon race's territory, the demon race was somewhat powerless in the war against the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe. They were forced to retreat step by step. Not only did they lose countless members, but they also lost tens of billions of miles of territory. Yi Tianzong and the other two didn't have the slightest intention of sympathizing with the demon race. They continued to stir up trouble in the demon race. It would be best if the demon race couldn't breathe under the attacks of the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe. This way, they wouldn't have the energy to find trouble with the human race. After 40,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu saw that the demon race had lost more than 1/5 of their vast territory under the attacks of the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe. They quietly left the demon race and returned to the human race. In the 40,000 years that they had wreaked havoc in the demon race's territory, countless great emperors of the demon race had died in the hands of the three of them. Even the number of heavenly venerables who died or were injured exceeded 200. Now that the thief had become the public enemy of the demon race, the supreme heavenly venerables of the demon race would try their best to fulfill one request of the informant. After returning to the human race, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion. They piled up the endless resources they had plundered into a vast mountain range and refined level 7, level 8, and level 9 divine pills and weapons. As for the resources that were useless to them, Yi Tianzong directly put a batch of them into his Qiankuan ring and gave them to the Haoranjin sect so that they could cultivate more disciples. Then Yi Tianzong and Yi Xianqin each received a batch of countless resources to cultivate the 10 billion heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command. After giving out 3 batches of resources in succession, there were still endless resources piled up in the immortal mansion. Not even 1/10 of them were given out. Guarding the endless mountain range of resources, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, as well as their doppelgangers, began to refine all kinds of pills and weapons. However, the pills they refined were all God King level, Emperor level, and Supreme level divine pills. After 100,000 years in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong and the other two consumed most of the high-level resources they had plundered from the demon race and refined them into pills and weapons. There were a total of 6 billion God King level divine pills, 500 million Emperor level divine pills, 100,000 Supreme level divine pills, and 2,000 Sky connecting Supreme pills. In the outside world, more than 70,000 years had passed since Yi Tianzong and the other two announced that they were going into seclusion. On this day, the 3 of them, who had been busy for a long time, came out of seclusion once again. After coming out of seclusion, A large number of God King level and Emperor level divine pills appeared in the territories ruled by Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoren, and Yi Haoyun. There were also tens of thousands of supreme level divine pills. Once again, the experts of the human race went wild. During the past 10,000 years, Yi Tianzong processed most of the divine pills he had refined in 10 batches. Not only did this greatly increase the human race's strength and prestige, but they also obtained countless high-level resources. When the human race's seclusion period of 100,000 years ended, the number of great emperors in the human race had exceeded 4 million, and the number of celestial venerables had reached 60. There were 20 new celestial venerables. Chapter 442. In 100,000 years, the human race had gained 20 new heavenly venerate experts. This was simply impossible in the past. In the past, the human race would be happy to have a new heavenly venerate every 300,000 years. Now, they had gained 20 new heavenly venerates in just 100,000 years. This was not only because of Yi Tianzong's elixir pills, but also because the human race's great emperors were amazing and had a strong foundation. Otherwise, a useless great emperor wouldn't have been able to become a heavenly venerate even with 10 supreme sky elixirs. Thus, it could be seen that the human race was in the process of rising. After 100,000 years, all the heavenly venerates of the human race gathered in the central sky palace once again. Heavenly venerate Wanlei, who had reached the late-stage heavenly venerate realm, said angrily, "The Silver Moon clan doesn't know what's good for them. Our human race hasn't gone to settle the score with them, yet they dare to take the initiative to provoke us. They deserve to die." Heavenly venerate Li Tsang said coldly, "If we didn't need them as a buffer to resist the chaotic spirits in the spirit-restricted extremists, we would have exterminated them." The heavenly venerates of the human race in the central sky palace were all sulking. The reason for this was that the Silver Moon clan had taken the initiative to attack the human race. Given the current strength of the human race, this was simply a reckless provocation. The spirit-restricted extremists, along with the endless demon abyss, the ancient sky burial region, and the shattered star sea, were one of the 4 great extremists of the myriad races' great thousand world. The depths of the 4 great extremists were connected to a mysterious and dangerous, vast space-time. Endless destructive power filled the depths of the 4 great extremists, and creatures from outside the chaos would often break into the space-time in the depths of the 4 great extremists. These creatures of chaos were incompatible with the world, as if they existed to destroy the world and its living beings. Once they entered the myriad races' great thousand world through the broken space-time in the depths of the extremists, all living beings would vanish wherever they passed. There would be no vitality, and large areas of spiritual energy, treasured lands, would become dead lands. The creatures that appeared in the 4 great extremists were the common enemies of all living beings in the myriad races' great thousand world. Yi Tianzong said coldly, "Since the Silver Moon clan doesn't know when to stop and is arrogant and conceited, there is no need to let them continue to exist. Our human race's strength is already sufficient. It's time for us to expand once more. This time, we can wipe out the Silver Moon race." A mere 5 celestial venerables from the Silver Moon clan could hold off the spirit-forbidden land for tens of millions of years. There's no reason why our human race can't do the same. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu followed Yi Tianzong's opinion, and the 3 of them were existences that could kill supreme heavenly venerates, so when Yi Tianzong spoke, most of the human heavenly venerates naturally had no objections. After the supreme celestial venerate of the void expressed his intention to exterminate the Silver Moon clan, all the celestial venerates of the human clan reached a consensus. The human race, which had been silent for 100,000 years, was mobilized again. Countless god kings and great emperors, under the command of the heaven, were sent to the human border in batches to prepare for the upcoming war. This time, the human race was prepared to get rid of the cracking gold race, the Silver Moon race, the Gulluo race, and the mysterious Underworld race. Among the four major races, besides the Cracking Gold race and the Gulluo race, which were mid-tier races, each race had 3 heavenly venerates. The Silver Moon race had 5 heavenly venerates. The mysterious Underworld race was a powerful race that had supreme heavenly venerates. Before Yi Tianzong's rise, the human race had just been ranked in the top 10 of all the races in the Great Thousand Domains. Behind the human race, the blood demon race's strength was not much different from the human race. They only had 1 less heavenly venerate and a few great emperors. The mysterious Underworld race was ranked 9th among the 10,000 races. Their overall strength was above that of the human race in the past. They had 1 supreme heavenly venerate, 16 ancient heavenly venerates, and 3 great heavenly venerates. As the human race continued to develop and strengthen, the strength of the mysterious Underworld race didn't stagnate either. Now, besides having 1 supreme heavenly venerate, the mysterious Underworld race had 23 ancient heavenly venerates and 5 great heavenly venerates. In comparison, besides Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, the human race had 1 supreme heavenly venerate, 57 ancient heavenly venerates, and only 2 great heavenly venerates. Besides great heavenly venerate Shenyang, the other great heavenly venerate was originally a late-stage human heavenly venerate called Great Heavenly Venerate Jyoti. Although the human race would have the advantage if they attacked the mysterious Underworld race with such a lineup, they would also suffer great casualties. However, it was different with Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. The 3 of them had the combat strength to kill a supreme heavenly venerate. This way, the human race's losses would be minimized and they would have the confidence to deal with the 4 races at the same time. In the Silver Moon race, 5 heavenly venerates were gathered together to discuss the matter of attacking the human race. An early-stage heavenly venerate from the Silver Moon race said worriedly, "The strength of the human race has been increasing rapidly in the past few 100,000 years. If we take the initiative to attack the human race now, won't we anger the human race and be suppressed by them?" Upon hearing this, the only great heavenly venerate from the Silver Moon race said confidently, "That won't happen. The Silver Moon race is close to the forbidden spirit perimeter. The human race still needs the Silver Moon race to help them resist the dangers of the forbidden spirit perimeter. They won't do anything to the Silver Moon race. This time, no matter how bad it is, at most we'll just have to apologize." The great heavenly venerate from the Silver Moon race had just finished speaking when an anxious, great emperor barged into the hall. Before the heavenly venerates present could reprimand him, the great emperor said in a panic, reporting to the heavenly venerate the human race is attacking. Countless armies have covered the sky and earth and have torn through our defensive line in an instant. Wherever they passed, the Silver Moon race was exterminated. What? The human race? How dare they? The great heavenly venerate from the Silver Moon race said in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the human race was really going to attack them. In the past millions of years, no matter how they provoked them, the human race would at most teach them a lesson and never seriously injure them. Now, the human race was determined to completely exterminate them. Most importantly, they hadn't received any news in advance. How was this possible? Under normal circumstances, the human race wouldn't be able to hide such a large movement from the Silver Moon race. However, there were exceptions. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu had been wantonly destroying and stealing resources in the demon race's territory. They had been lucky enough to snatch 3 medium-sized grotto heavens from the hands of the demon race's heavenly venerates. Yi Tianzong had generously erased the imprint of one of the grotto heavens and given it to the heavenly court. The medium-sized grotto heavens were billions of miles wide and could hold trillions of troops. Obviously, they didn't need trillions of troops to deal with the Silver Moon race. Therefore, in this attack on the Silver Moon race, 30 billion troops and 200 billion troops from various large factions entered the grotto heavens from the human race's territory. Then, heavenly venerates carried the grotto heavens to the border between the human race and the silver moon race. They directly released the human army from the grotto heavens and let them attack as they pleased. Then Yi Tianzong, Li Tsang, Yu Chen, Yuan Su, Great Heavenly Venerate Jyoti, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Thunder, and Heavenly Venerate Guyu headed straight for the center of the Silver Moon race's territory. While the 5 Heavenly Venerates of the Silver Moon race were still shocked by the human race's large-scale attack, Yi Tianzong and the others had already torn open the void and arrived at the center of the Silver Moon race's territory. After sensing the Silver Moon race's Heavenly Venerates' auras, Yi Tianzong led the other Heavenly Venerates over without any nonsense. A sky-piercing golden divine sword slashed down, turning into a boundless sea of sword energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The 5 Heavenly Venerates of the Silver Moon race were submerged in the sea of sword energy. After unleashing this move, Yi Tianzong didn't do anything else. By the time the 5 Heavenly Venerates of the Silver Moon race struggled to break free from the sea of sword energy, they were all seriously injured. At this moment, Li Tsang, Yu Chen, Yuan Su, Great Heavenly Venerate Jyoti, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Thunder, and Heavenly Venerate Guyu rushed over. Yi Tianzong had already injured the enemy, so the rest was up to them. As usual, they couldn't let a single one escape. Yi Tianzong didn't stop. He crossed a great distance and arrived at the Silver Moon race's forbidden land. When he arrived, Yi Tianzong only felt a supreme, boundless, and all-encompassing origin source law blocking his path. After experiencing it for a moment, Yi Tianzong knew that this was the power of the Heavenly Tao. Through that layer of Heavenly Tao power barrier, Yi Tianzong saw a vast, desolate area behind it. Wisps of gray-black gas filled the desolate space. Yi Tianzong learned from the nearby Silver Moon race guards that this Heavenly Tao power barrier prevented the Forbidden Land from expanding. At the same time, it also prevented beings below the Heavenly Venerate level from entering. The chaos spirits that emerged from the Forbidden Spirit Lands seemed to carry an unknown power. This power could temporarily resist the power of the Way of the Heavens, allowing the chaos spirits to pass through the barrier of the Way of the Heavens. From there, they could walk out of the Forbidden Spirit Lands and destroy the creatures of the world. Chapter 443. Yi Tianzong didn't stay in the spirit restriction extremis for long. He still had other battles to attend and didn't have the time for the time being. With a wave of his hand, countless arrayed discs appeared in the void. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu's figures also appeared one after another. Then, the 3 of them formed hand seals together, and countless array discs were arranged according to a mysterious trajectory under their control. Finally, a golden boundary that spanned billions of miles appeared in front of the Sky Great Path Barrier. This was a boundary that prevented any living being below the Heavenly Venerate level from entering. It used the boundless power of heaven and earth as its source and could also stop the chaos ferocious spirits in the spirit restriction extremis for at least half an hour. Once a chaos ferocious spirit attacked the boundary, Yi Tianzong would be able to sense it instantly even if it was billions of miles away and rush over immediately. As for the people from the Silver Moon clan who were originally guarding the spirit restriction extremis, Yi Tianzong immediately used the summoning wind and rain ability. The destructive storm was like a sharp sword that wreaked havoc across billions of miles. Countless people from the Silver Moon clan perished under the endless storm. Without waiting to see the outcome, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 turned around and tore through the void to leave and head towards the battlefield of the mysterious underworld race. At the moment, Supreme Heavenly Venerate Su Kong and Supreme Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Underworld were fighting in the 9 heavens above the battlefield of the mysterious underworld race. As the 2 of them moved, the void within billions of miles trembled. Time and space trembled, and even the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. Below them, the Heavenly Venerates of the human race and the mysterious underworld race were also fighting to the death. There were a total of 34 human race heavenly venerates attacking the mysterious underworld race this time. They were competing with the 23 heavenly venerates of the mysterious underworld race to unleash their strongest attacks in order to eliminate their enemies. The sky shattered, the sea of clouds collapsed, and boundless nomological laws collided and dissipated. The void within billions of miles trembled, and endless spatial fragments scattered. Apart from heavenly venerates, no one else could interfere in this vast battlefield of heavenly venerates. The human race had more heavenly venerates, but there was only one great heavenly venerate, while the mysterious underworld race had 5 great heavenly venerates. At least 3 late-stage heavenly venerates could barely resist the attack of one great heavenly venerate. As a result, the human race was at a disadvantage. At this moment of intense battle, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu tore through the void and appeared on the battlefield. Their supreme and domineering auras shook the universe. When the human race's celestial venerables saw Yi Tianzong and the other 2 arrive, their spirits were lifted and their faces lit up with joy. Without further ado, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu directly entered the heavenly venerate battlefield. The supreme, exalted heavenly venerate above the 9 skies was fighting. With the supreme, exalted void around, the mysterious underworld supreme, exalted heavenly venerate couldn't do anything for the time being. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the mysterious underworld heavenly venerates. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, these 3 supreme heavenly venerates, the situation of the battle instantly reversed. The 3 of them directly attacked the mysterious underworld race's great heavenly venerates. All the mysterious underworld race's great heavenly venerates were severely injured in a few moves and lost their ability to fight. Then Yi Tianzong and the other 2 sealed them up and put them in the immortal mansion. It would be too wasteful to kill all these great heavenly venerates. Even the blood and bodies of great emperors were rare materials for refining weapons and alchemy, let alone heavenly venerates. These sealed mysterious underworld races, great heavenly venerates, could be used as raw materials to provide even more heavenly venerate blood so that the human race could produce even more outstanding talents. After sealing the mysterious underworld races, great heavenly venerates, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu split into tens of thousands of bodies and fused back into one. In a short moment, all the mysterious underworld races' great heavenly venerates had been attacked by the 3 of them and had suffered serious injuries. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Don't let a single one escape. After saying that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu soared into the sky and stepped into the endless void above the 9 heavens. There, they immediately saw the supreme heavenly venerate of the void and the mysterious underworld supreme heavenly venerate engaged in an intense battle. The mysterious underworld race had risen hundreds of millions of years before the human race, and the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld had existed for even longer than the supreme heavenly venerate of the void. Supreme heavenly venerate powerhouses were existences that heaven and earth couldn't destroy or bury. They had almost the same lifespan as heaven and earth and were immortal. Therefore, generally speaking, whoever had existed for a longer period of time would be more powerful. In the great 1,000 realms of the myriad races, any existence that became a supreme heavenly venerate was a proud son of heaven. They were supreme talents that stood at the top of the great 1,000 realms of the myriad races, regardless of whether it was talent, fortune, or foundation. Even if there was a slight difference between them, it was almost negligible. They were all true supreme talents that had experienced countless hardships to grow up, so no one could be much weaker than the other. Therefore, under normal circumstances, those who had cultivated for a longer time would be stronger. Originally, the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld had been stronger than the supreme heavenly venerate of the void. However, with the rapid rise and expansion of the human race, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void's cultivation speed had become faster and faster with the help of the human race's fortune. In just over 600,000 years, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void strength had improved by a large margin, which was equivalent to the results of tens of millions of years of cultivation. Therefore, although the supreme heavenly venerate of the void strength was still inferior to the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void couldn't hurt him. While the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld was furious, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu stepped onto the battlefield and immediately joined the battle. How dare three great heavenly venerate ants act so fiercely in front of me? How arrogant! The supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld blew his top. He was a dignified supreme heavenly venerate, yet he was being looked down upon by three great heavenly venerate ants. This was simply an insult and contempt to him. However, to his surprise, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu broke through the power of the mysterious underworld great path and slashed at him with their swords. How is this possible? Mysterious underworld, supreme, heavenly venerate actually felt a strong sense of crisis from the three great heavenly venerates. What did this mean? It meant that the three great heavenly venerates attacking him had the strength of a supreme heavenly venerate, especially the great heavenly venerate with the golden sword in the middle. He was practically on par with him. Was this a joke? Since when did a great heavenly venerate possess the strength to threaten a supreme heavenly venerate? This was simply unheard of. However, regardless of whether the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld believed it or not, the attacks of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had already arrived before him. He wanted to resist, but how could the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld give him the chance to do so? He used a space imprisonment technique to imprison the distracted supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld. Although it was only for a moment, the divine swords of Yi Tianzong and the other two had already landed on the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld. The supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld was unavoidably injured. Although he had tried his best to defend himself, his indestructible supreme Tao body still cracked after being hit by three powerhouses who were equivalent to a supreme heavenly venerate. Purple gold blood dripped from his body and instantly turned into a sea of blood that surged in the void. Yi Tianzong, who wanted to end the battle quickly, combined with Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu again after injuring the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld and unleashed a forbidden mystic ability. A tricolored beam of light appeared between heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky and earth fell silent. Time and space came to a standstill, and everything stopped moving. The supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld, who had wanted to escape when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, was immobilized and unable to move. Even his sovereign spirit was unable to leave his body. He could only watch helplessly as the tricolored beam of light penetrated his head and body, and his consciousness fell into a dark abyss. The tricolored beam of light disappeared, and Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu appeared. Then Yi Tianzong extracted 10 drops of blood essence from the body of the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld and used the karmic laws once again to follow the karmic threads and enter the depths of the endless river of time. By the time Yi Tianzong returned, the true spirit of the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld, which had been hidden in the long river of time, had been completely obliterated by Yi Tianzong. The supreme heavenly venerate of the void looked at Yi Tianzong, who had returned, and asked, "Is he dead?" Yi Tianzong did not hide anything. His true spirit has been destroyed, and there is no possibility of resurrection. After a moment of silence, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void said, "In that case, I can rest assured. It's best to eliminate the enemy completely. I'll leave this place to you. I'll head back first." Yi Tianzong said, "Well, don't worry. None of the mysterious underworld races, godly monarchs, and above are still alive. The battle in the sky had ended, and the supreme, heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld race had fallen. The mysterious underworld heavenly venerates, who were fighting the human race, heavenly venerates below, suddenly felt a great sense of emptiness and sorrow. They knew that the supreme, heavenly venerate had fallen. The mysterious underworld heavenly venerate powerhouses knew that their greatest hope and reliance had fallen. Thus, they had gone all out and wanted to perish together with the human race's heavenly venerates. Unfortunately, the human race's heavenly venerates were no fools. Furthermore, the mysterious underworld heavenly venerates had already been injured by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Their injuries had worsened during the battle, so even if they self-destructed and perished together with the human race's heavenly venerates, it wouldn't be very effective. How could the human race's heavenly venerates be so easily tricked by the enemy now that they were prepared? Chapter 444. However, there were also heavenly venerates who were inexperienced. For example, the heavenly venerate powerhouses who had just ascended in the past 100,000 years were the weakest and inexperienced. Due to their carelessness, they had almost been killed by the mysterious underworld heavenly venerate. If it hadn't been for their desperate defense and the help of others, more than a dozen heavenly venerates would have died. Even so, after the mysterious underworld heavenly venerate was annihilated, 3 early-stage heavenly venerates of the human race had died and 7 heavenly venerates had been seriously injured. This outcome made Yi Tianzong, who had just descended from the 9 heavens, gloomy. The other heavenly venerates trembled in fear and didn't dare say anything. Damn it, Yi Tianzong wasn't the only one who was flustered after being beaten up like this. Even they felt a little embarrassed. The 3 people who died contributed greatly to the human race. No one can invade or humiliate their territories and descendants for the next 500,000 years. If no new heavenly venerate inherits their legacy after 500,000 years, their territories will be returned to the heavenly court. Everyone will fight using their own methods. Also, the descendants and territories of godly kings and great emperors who died in a war between the races are not to be invaded or humiliated for 20,000 years. The descendants and territories of great emperors are not to be invaded or humiliated for 70,000 years. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished according to the human race. This order will be passed down to the human race. Yi Tianzong suppressed the anger in his heart and said slowly, "Yes, great heavenly venerate, vast expanse, is merciful." Most of the human heavenly venerates present bowed slightly to Yi Tianzong to show their respect. Yi Tianzong's order was equivalent to relieving them of their worries. These human heavenly venerates expressed their gratitude to Yi Tianzong from the bottom of their hearts. Besides Yi Tianzong, none of them had the qualifications, strength, or prestige to issue such an order. The supreme heavenly venerate was not present. Although Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were only grand heavenly venerates, they had the strength to kill a supreme heavenly venerate. In addition, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yi Xianqin, and more than a dozen other heavenly venerates were on the same side as the supreme heavenly venerate. It could be said that Yi Tianzong had the strength, qualifications, and prestige to issue such an order. No one dared to disobey. What Yi Tianzong didn't know was that after the other heavenly venerates returned and passed on Yi Tianzong's order to all the major forces and powerhouses of the human race, countless human powerhouses were deeply grateful to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong's order was what they were most worried about when they went on expeditions. Yi Tianzong's reputation among the human race soared once again. Without any worries, the combat strength of the human race's army increased significantly. They tore through the defensive lines of the mysterious underworld race, the gold-cracking race, and the Guliuo race, and directly attacked the territory of the foreign races. Almost all the godly king realm experts of the gold-cracking race, the Guliuo race, the mysterious underworld race, and the silver moon race were killed by the human race, except for a few who were lucky enough to escape to the territories of other races. Countless beings of the gold-cracking race, the Gulluo race, the mysterious underworld race, and the Silver Moon race were killed or submitted to the human race's rule. The human race's army was also rapidly occupying the territories of the four races. Time flew by and 500 years passed. The human race continued to exterminate the resistance of the gold-cracking race, the Gulluo race, the mysterious underworld race, and the Silver Moon race. Gradually, the human race gained control of the territories of the four races. After gaining full control of the territories of the four races, the human race's huge territory nearly doubled again. It now spanned 2 quadrillion miles from east to west and 1 quadrillion miles from north to south. In terms of territory size and strength, the human race had already surpassed the Earth God race and the Metaspirit race, which were ranked ahead of the mysterious underworld race. It was enough to rank 6th or even 5th among the 10,000 races. The ancient royal family, which ranked 6th, and the Nine Heavens Phoenix race, which ranked 5th, both had at least 2 supreme heavenly venerates and more than 50 ancient heavenly venerates. After occupying a vast territory, what the human race needed the most now was to recuperate and properly digest the newly occupied territories. They also needed to convert the boundless resources of the territories into strength. After redividing their territories, the human race's heavenly venerate powerhouses went into seclusion again. They wouldn't go to war again for the next 200,000 years. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were no exception. They had already walked very far in the great heavenly venerate realm. They were very confident that they would be able to cultivate the 3 lifetimes secret technique and 3 corpses secret technique during this period of seclusion and advance to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. At that time, their strength would take a huge leap. They would be able to move unhindered across the great 1,000 worlds and dominate the past, present, and future. The human race stopped and began to recuperate. The Earth God race and the Metaspirit race, which bordered the new territories of the human race, also gradually relaxed. The human race's strength had increased greatly. They had exterminated the Blood Demon race and the mysterious Underworld race, 2 powerful races with supreme heavenly venerates. This made the Earth God race and the Metaspirit race very nervous. They didn't want to start a war with the human race now. In the great 1,000 worlds of the myriad races, it had always been survival of the fittest. The strong would live and the weak would die. The rise and fall of races, as well as war and defense, would never change. The human race was constantly developing and strengthening. The Earth God race, the Metaspirit race, the Ancient Royal race, the Nine Heavens Phoenix race, and so on were constantly expanding and increasing the strength of their races. While the human race was attacking the mysterious Underworld race, the Earth God race and the Metaspirit race were also attacking other races in an attempt to obtain a wider territory, more resources, and more destiny. Unlike the human race, which had Yi Tianzong and the other 2 who could execute forbidden mystic abilities to quickly kill supreme heavenly venerates, the supreme heavenly venerates of the Earth God race and the Metaspirit race didn't have the strength or means to quickly eliminate powerhouses of the same level. While they were anxious about their respective battles, the human race had already rapidly occupied the mysterious Underworld race's territory. The Earth God race and the Metaspirit race were afraid that the human race wouldn't be satisfied and would continue to wage war. Thus, they urgently mobilized a large number of powerhouses and deployed them at the border of the human race's territory. After seeing that the human race had no intention of continuing to attack, the Earth Gods and the Metaspirit race were no longer as nervous as before, and they focused more of their attention on the ongoing battle. Time flew by, and 10,000 years passed. It had been 160,000 years since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had entered seclusion. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had already spent more than 3 million years in the Immortal Mansion. The three of them were wholeheartedly comprehending the laws of heaven and earth in the cultivation area of the immortal mansion. After they gained something, they entered the realm battlefield in the trial space and fought against the supreme heavenly venerates of the human race, the celestial race, the ancient race, the gray race, the demon race, the blood race, the dragon race, the phoenix race, the spirit race, and the underworld race. Because the three of them were only great heavenly venerates, but had the strength of a supreme heavenly venerate, they attracted the attention of the supreme heavenly venerates of the 10 great races who wanted to pry into their secrets. As a result, Yi Tianzong and the other two became rats on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. They engaged in one life and death battle after another with the supreme heavenly venerates of the 10 great races. During the life and death battles with the supreme heavenly venerates, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's foundation became stronger and stronger. The endless potential in their bodies was constantly unleashed. Their strength increased step by step, and their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth became faster and faster. After 3 million years in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu successively cultivated the final future self-body of the 3 lifetimes secret technique. In this way, the 3 lifetimes secret technique and 3 corpses secret technique were both cultivated to greater mastery. Only the final 3 corpses as one and 3 lifetimes as one were left to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. Moreover, the 3 of them had also comprehended 99% of the laws of heaven and earth. Once they comprehended more than 99% of the laws of heaven and earth, they would be able to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. The further one comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, the harder it was to comprehend them. This was especially true after comprehending 90% of the laws of heaven and earth. Every improvement was extremely difficult, as if there was a chasm in front of them. More than 99% of the laws of heaven and earth were the domains of supreme heavenly venerates, which was the limit of a pinnacle, great thousand world. More than 99% of the laws of heaven and earth required an unimaginable amount of energy and time to advance even a little. The difference between 99% and 100% was divided into 10 small steps. Many supreme heavenly venerates in the myriad races, great thousand world, would find it difficult to take a small step even after spending hundreds of millions of years. Most supreme heavenly venerates would remain in the first or second small steps ever since they ascended. There were very few supreme heavenly venerates who could reach the third or fourth small steps. They were ancient existences that had lived for billions of years. For example, Yi Tianzong estimated that the void supreme heavenly venerate was stuck in the second small step. The mysterious underworld supreme heavenly venerate was also stuck in the second small step. There was a slight difference in strength between the two of them, but it wasn't obvious. A supreme heavenly venerate who had reached the third small step would be stronger than the void supreme heavenly venerate, but he would only be able to slightly suppress the void supreme heavenly venerate in battle. He wouldn't be able to form an obvious advantage over the void supreme heavenly venerate. Every small step forward in the supreme heavenly venerate realm was extremely difficult, and the difference in strength between each small step wasn't great. Therefore, it was very difficult to determine the outcome of a battle between supreme heavenly venerates in a short period of time, and it was also very difficult to cause fatal injuries to the other party. Yi Tianzong guessed that if the 3 of them broke through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, they would be able to make use of an immense amount of power to surpass the first small step and the second small step and rush into the third small step or even the fourth small step. At that time, the 3 of them would be able to combine their powers to execute a forbidden mystic ability. Almost no one in the myriad races, great thousand world, would be a match for them. Time passed slowly. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu returned to the cultivation area after escaping from the encirclement of the supreme heavenly venerates of the 10 major races. They focused on comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong needed to comprehend 108 types of laws of heaven and earth, while Ling Xinyue and Xinyu each needed to comprehend 27 types of laws of heaven and earth. The difficulty of comprehending so many types of laws of heaven and earth was thousands of times higher than comprehending 7 or 8 types of laws of heaven and earth. If Yi Tianzong hadn't had a supreme opportunity like the Immortal Mansion, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend so many laws of heaven and earth even if he waited until the end of the world. As time passed, the auras of Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Shenyu became stronger and stronger. Dazzling rays of light erupted from their bodies. This was a sign that the 3 of them were about to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. There was no need to go through the heavenly venerate tribulation to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm, because the supreme heavenly venerate realm was also in the category of heavenly venerates. However, to become a supreme heavenly venerate, one had to face the Tao heart trial of the heavenly Tao. Only after confirming that one didn't have any ill intentions towards the world could one break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. Because the strength and destructive power of a supreme heavenly venerate was too great and too difficult to kill. Any powerhouse who wanted to become a supreme heavenly venerate had to show that they didn't have any ill intentions towards the world and wouldn't destroy the world. Otherwise, once the heavenly Tao sensed that they had the intention of destroying the world, they would definitely face the ruthless destruction of the heavenly Tao. Even a true supreme heavenly venerate would find it difficult to survive the ruthless suppression of the heavenly Tao, let alone a great heavenly venerate that hadn't yet become one. The Tao heart trial was naturally not a problem for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Chapter 445. The divine light on Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's bodies grew brighter and brighter, illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth. To become a supreme heavenly venerate, one had to be interrogated by the heavenly Tao. Naturally, it could not be done in the Immortal Mansion. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 used their remaining consciousness to leave the Immortal Mansion and appear in the heaven's expanse heavenly palace at the critical moment. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger, who had long known about his true body's current state, immediately ordered the entire heaven's expanse heavenly palace to be sealed off. 1 billion soldiers and 10,000 great emperors formed layers of defensive formations. 10 heavenly venerate experts, including Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and Yi Xianlin, rushed to the heaven's expanse heavenly palace to protect Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the other heavenly venerates in the heavenly court. However, Yi Haoren and the others were very alert. Therefore, the other heavenly venerates only watched in secret and did not show themselves. However, judging from such an abnormal commotion, the other heavenly venerates of the human clan gradually made some guesses. Year after year passed. The light on Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's bodies grew brighter and brighter, penetrating the space and illuminating the sky. The increasingly powerful aura also spread throughout the central heavenly court. At that time, all the human clan heavenly venerates knew that great heavenly venerates, vast expanse, and Shin, you were about to become supreme heavenly venerates. Everyone was looking forward to it, excitedly. The more supreme heavenly venerates there were in the human clan, the stronger the human clan would be, and the safer it would be in the great thousand world. Everyone hoped that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 would succeed. Once Yi Tianzong and the other 2 successfully broke through to become supreme heavenly venerates, the human clan's power would take a huge leap. The most excited person was none other than great heavenly venerate Shenyang. He clearly remembered that Yi Tianzong had said that he would tell him the method to quickly break through after he became a supreme heavenly venerate, a secret technique to quickly break through to the supreme, heavenly venerate. Just thinking about it made him excited. Auspicious splendor stretched for thousands of miles. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and auspicious clouds covered the sky. The divine splendor illuminated the universe for billions of miles, and the three supreme heavenly pillars that connected the 9 heavens and the netherworld stirred up the wind and clouds in space. A boundless river of destiny emerged from the void and revolved around the 3 mighty figures. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu finally passed the trial of the heavenly Tao and successfully transcended the river of destiny, using the laws of heaven and earth to ascend to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. Their imposing figures were reflected in the river of time, illuminating the past, present, and future. The supreme might of a god and a saint spread across the universe. All the humans in the vast human territory felt an inexplicable pressure, but at the same time they felt a kind of joy from the bottom of their hearts. A mysterious message appeared in the minds of all the living beings of the human race, the emergence of a supreme, heavenly venerate. However, this was not the end. Under the dazzling divine light that was invisible to outsiders, the past, present, and future bodies of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu appeared respectively. Then, the bodies of the 3 lives revolved slowly around the bodies of the 3 people in the heaven, earth, and human tripartite array. Every time they revolved, they would merge into the bodies of the 3 people. As time passed, the bodies of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu finally merged perfectly into the bodies of the 3 people after a year. After the 3 bodies had completely merged with their original bodies, the supreme and terrifying aura of the 3 of them had soared once again. The vast and boundless divine might of the heavens enveloped an even more vast and boundless space. The golden clouds expanded rapidly, covering the vast expanse of the world within a radius of 10 billion miles. However, this was not the end. After the bodies of the 3 people completely merged into the bodies of the 3 people, the good corpses, evil corpses, and self-corpses of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu also appeared. They then turned into tricolored balls of light, respectively enveloping Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu. As the human experts in the outside world waited in confusion, a year passed. The already terrifying auras of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu crazily soared once again. The boundless heavens might strengthened again and again, even spreading to the borders of the human race. The golden clouds expanded to a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Boundless Yuan Qi golden lotuses appeared on the boundless earth, and large tracts of barren land in the human race's territory turned into blessed paradises. The density of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the blessed paradises increased by more than 2-fold. Countless cultivators of the human race broke through their current realms as if they were being assisted by a deity amidst this vast phenomenon of heaven and earth. Countless human beings who were originally unable to cultivate suddenly gained the talent to cultivate as if they were enlightened. In the central heavenly court, everyone in the heavenly court, including the heavenly venerables, could barely stand under the shocking auras of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 people. They were so shocked and horrified that they could not speak. The instigators of all this, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu, were carefully comprehending their realms. As they had expected, the 3 of them had borrowed the supreme power of the 3 lives mystic technique and the 3 corpses mystic technique to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. They had skipped the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd small steps, and had just reached the 4th small step. In just a few years, their comprehension of the various laws of heaven and earth had reached more than 94% at an incomprehensible speed. In layman's terms, it was more than 94%. In terms of overall strength, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 people's strength had soared dozens of times after breaking through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. The supreme Tao Yuan in their bodies was endless, and there was almost no danger of it running out. They could borrow the power of heaven and earth and command the laws of heaven and earth. It was no wonder that everyone below the supreme heavenly venerate was considered an ant. Their Dao Yuan was far more powerful than that of a great heavenly venerate. Just by controlling the power of heaven and earth and being able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth and command the laws of heaven and earth, they were not existences that great heavenly venerates could shake. Making an enemy of a supreme heavenly venerate was making an enemy of heaven and earth. Only after truly reaching the supreme heavenly venerate realm did Yi Tianzong deeply understand how lucky and unbelievable it was to be able to eliminate the supreme heavenly venerates of the blood demon race and the mysterious underworld race. He reckoned that the supreme heavenly venerates of the blood demon race and the mysterious underworld race had indeed died unjustly. The supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race had been careless from the start. He hadn't expected that Yi Tianzong and the other two, who were only great heavenly venerates, would be so powerful. He had been injured from the start, and Yi Tianzong and the other two had used their forbidden mystic abilities to take his life. He simply hadn't had time to use the power of a supreme heavenly venerate. If the supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to deal with Yi Tianzong and the other two from the start, it would have been unknown whether he could have killed the supreme heavenly venerate of the blood demon race. As for the supreme heavenly venerate of the mysterious underworld race, he hadn't been aware of Yi Tianzong and the other two's ultimate moves. At the same time, he had been restrained by the supreme heavenly venerate of the void and had been killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two's forbidden mystic abilities. It could only be said that the enemy had been a little careless in their previous brilliant battle record, and Yi Tianzong and the other two had been a little lucky. After experiencing the strength of a supreme heavenly venerate in all aspects, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu gathered their thoughts and slowly dispersed the phenomenon that had covered the sky. Then the three of them appeared before the eyes of all the human heavenly venerates. Congratulations to the Boundless Expanse Supreme Heavenly Venerate, the New Moon Supreme Heavenly Venerate, and the Shen Yu Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Apart from the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void and Yi Haoran, the rest of the human Heavenly Venerate powerhouses bowed and congratulated Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu. Yi Tianzong's calm voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Congratulations, everyone. My wife and I have just broken through and still need to consolidate our realm. In 1,000 years, I will be lecturing the human race on the cultivation path in the boundless heavenly palace. All peak great emperors and above are welcome to come. As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, great heavenly venerate Xinyang said somewhat impatiently, "Thank you, Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Boundless Heavenly Venerate. I will definitely be there. All right, everyone, please go back." After saying that, Yi Tianzong nodded at the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void and then disappeared into the sky with Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang, do you know something? Why do you want to participate in the sermon in 1,000 years? Logically speaking, even a Supreme Heavenly Venerate's sermon shouldn't be of much help to us Heavenly Venerates, right? Heavenly Venerate Wanlei asked Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang doubtfully. As soon as he said that, the rest of the Heavenly Venerate powerhouses who had yet to leave were moved. Indeed, why was Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang so excited? Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang was already second only to a Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Logically speaking, a Supreme Heavenly Venerate sermon shouldn't be of much help to him. So why was he so excited? Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang said mysteriously, "Ha, I can't say. You will know when the time comes." After saying that, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang left happily. After returning to the Shenyang Heavenly Palace, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang activated the defensive array of the Shenyang Heavenly Palace and sat down at the place where he usually cultivated. He couldn't suppress his joy. The reason he was so happy was because a piece of golden sky book had appeared in his mind when Yi Tianzong and the other two had disappeared. When his spiritual consciousness came into contact with the golden sky book, a huge amount of mysterious golden text with a huge amount of information swept through Great Heavenly Venerate Xingyang's mind. After Great Heavenly Venerate, Xingyang digested all the information in his mind. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. The three-corpse mystic technique can sever good, evil, and self-obsession and attach them to treasures of the same origin to form the three-corpse clones. Every time a corpse is severed, the speed of comprehending nomological laws will increase by at least 50%, and the power of the main body will also break through a boundary. The three-corpse slash will allow the main body to enter the great nirvana state of the union of heaven and man. The speed of comprehending nomological laws will increase by more than 10 times. Finally, the three-corpse fusion will allow the cultivator to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate level with the help of the supreme power of the three-corpse fusion. Wonderful, too wonderful. The boundless supreme heavenly venerate is indeed a supreme talent of the human race. He has created an era where the human race is rapidly rising. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang was filled with amazement and excitement. Hurry up and comprehend it. After 1,000 years, I will strive to sever a corpse during the Supreme Heavenly Venerate sermon. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang immediately began to comprehend the mysteries of the three-corpse mystic technique. Chapter 446. 1,000 years passed quickly. Due to Great Heavenly Venerable Shenyang's mysterious words, most of the human clans, peak, great emperors, and heavenly venerables gathered in the heaven's expanse heavenly palace. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu became supreme heavenly venerables, they spent some time refining the heaven's expanse heavenly palace. From the outside, the heaven's expanse heavenly palace only covered an area of 1,000 miles. However, the interior of the heaven's expanse heavenly palace was a vast space with a radius of 100,000 miles. After becoming a supreme heavenly venerable, the supreme Tao body of a heavenly venerable would be upgraded to a supreme Tao body. The supreme Tao energy would be transformed into a more powerful supreme Tao energy, and the supreme God soul would be upgraded to a supreme God soul. However, the supreme Tao body was not something that could be condensed with time. It would gradually be perfected as the strength of a supreme, heavenly venerable increased. A perfect supreme Tao body would only be condensed when one's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth reached 100%. In the heaven's expanse heavenly palace's main hall, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu sat at the highest position. The supreme heavenly venerable void also came and sat at the same level as Yi Tianzong and the other two. However, he was on Yi Tianzong's left, while Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu were on Yi Tianzong's right. The rest of the human clan's heavenly venerables were seated lower than Yi Tianzong, Shen Yu, and the supreme heavenly venerable void. Even Yi Haoran and the others were no exception. All the peak great emperors who came sat in the main hall. Each of them sat on a futon that was filled with nomological aura. Yi Tianzong waved his hand to activate the heaven's expanse heavenly palace's defensive formation after seeing that everyone was seated. In an instant, the entire heaven's expanse heavenly palace seemed to have formed a different world from the outside space. Then he said, 1,000 years have passed. I'll begin my preaching. However, this preaching is of great importance and cannot be leaked. Therefore, I've cut off the connection between the heaven's expanse heavenly palace and the outside world. This lecture will last for 300 years. In the first 30 years, I will talk about the early stages of the Great Emperor Realm to the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, as well as things to take note of when breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. In the middle 200 years, I will talk about the Celestial Lord's path of cultivation and pass down the three corpses mystic technique. In the last 70 years, I will answer your questions. How much you can get depends on your own luck. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he began to explain the Tao of cultivation, starting from the early great emperor realm. The higher the level, the more difficult it would be to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong explained some things to pay attention to in the great emperor realm, such as how to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth faster, how to lay the most solid foundation, how to increase the chances of breaking through to the celestial master realm, and so on. Tens of thousands of peak great emperors in heaven palaces hall listened to Yi Tianzong's narration with joy. A supreme celestial lord was personally explaining to these great emperors how to lay down the foundation and how to increase the chances of breaking through to the Empyrean realm. This was an opportunity that they could only dream of. None of the peak great emperors were distracted. All of them memorized every word that Yi Tianzong said. 30 days passed quickly. Yi Tianzong stopped his lecture and allowed the peak great emperors in the hall to digest the information. After 10 days, Yi Tianzong continued. The path of becoming a heavenly lord is difficult and bumpy. Every step forward requires great perseverance, resources, and luck. However, there's still the supreme celestial lord above the ancient celestial lord. From the early ancient celestial lord to the supreme celestial lord, the amount of perseverance, wisdom, resources, luck, time, and opportunities are unimaginable. I felt that the path of becoming a heavenly lord was difficult. Therefore, I spent a lot of effort with my cultivation partner. With the help of the heavens and earth, I created the 3 corpses mystic technique that allows one to cultivate to the supreme celestial lord quickly. Thanks to this mystic technique, the 3 of us finally broke through to the supreme celestial lord in less than 1,000,000 years. When Yi Tianzong said this, the 93 human race heavenly venerates in heaven palaces hall started breathing rapidly. Their eyes were blazing as they stared at Yi Tianzong. Even supreme heavenly venerate void was staring at Yi Tianzong motionlessly. In addition to the human race's heavenly venerates, the tens of thousands of peak great emperors sitting below were also in an uproar. They hadn't expected to hear such an incredible secret. Although they weren't heavenly venerates, this didn't prevent them from knowing the importance of this secret. Once this news spread, it would definitely shock the entire great thousand world of the myriad races. It would definitely be a major event that would affect the past, present, and future. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang smiled as though he had already expected this. The 3 corpses mystic technique of the boundless supreme heavenly venerate is simply unimaginable. It has stunned the past, present, and future and created a new era. Upon hearing this, all the human race's heavenly venerates stared at great heavenly venerate Shenyang. The meaning in their eyes was very obvious. How did you know? When did you know? Why didn't you say so earlier? Humph. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang was very proud and arrogant as he ignored the scrutinizing and jealous gazes of the other heavenly venerates. Yi Tianzong paused for a moment before continuing. Since ancient times, the only way to break through from heavenly venerate Gu Wen to supreme celestial venerate was to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth over a long period of time. However, this method takes too much time and the laws of heaven and earth are obscure and dim. It's very difficult to comprehend them. Therefore, breaking through to the supreme celestial venerate is still far away. Previously, the human race could only use the supreme void to advance. There are all kinds of desires in the human body, and these desires will become obstacles in the path of cultivation. My 3 corpses mystic technique is to sever all kinds of desires in the human body, including good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self-obsession. These 3 desires are placed on treasures to form the good corpse, evil corpse, and self-obsession corpse. Every time a corpse is severed, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth will increase by more than 50%. At the same time, the body's strength will increase greatly. After severing the 3 corpses, the body will enter the union of heaven and man's state of nirvana. The speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth will increase by more than 10 times. Finally, when the 3 corpses merge into one's body, it will produce an incredible power that will allow one to break through to the supreme celestial venerate realm. As long as one can survive the interrogation of the heavenly Tao, one will be able to transcend the river of destiny and become a true supreme celestial venerate. Severing the 3 corpses was a shortcut, but it also required great wisdom and perseverance. In addition, the treasures needed to sever the 3 corpses were the best innate treasures. Artificially refined heavenly venerate treasures were also fine. If one wanted to successfully merge the 3 corpses, one would need to find treasures with similar origins. The power and level of the treasures also determine the strength after severing the 3 corpses. Next, I will explain the cultivation method of the 3 corpses mystic technique to you. Yi Tianzong's lecture lasted for 200 years. Not only did he explain how to cultivate the 3 corpses mystic technique and what to pay attention to, but he also introduced his own division of treasures between heaven and earth. All the heavenly venerates and great emperors in the palace of heaven tried their best to remember every word that Yi Tianzong said. This was a great opportunity that had never been seen before. It might not happen again in the future. If they didn't seize the opportunity to remember it now, they would definitely regret it to death. A supreme celestial venerate wouldn't be so bored as to preach to others again and again. They didn't even have enough time for their own cultivation. After 200 years, Yi Tianzong explained the 3 corpses mystic technique in detail. As soon as he finished, a burst of aura erupted from great heavenly venerate Shenyang, who had been listening with his eyes closed. Then a white mist appeared from his body and attached itself to great heavenly venerate Shenyang's Shenyang divine sword. With a flash of brilliance, the Shenyang divine sword disappeared and a white-robed, golden-eyed man appeared. He exuded the powerful aura of a mid-stage heavenly venerate and looked 90% similar to great heavenly venerate Shenyang. Good corpse saint heart greets me. The white-robed, golden-eyed man cupped his hands and greeted great heavenly venerate Shenyang. Haha, you and I are one. You don't have to be so polite. Return to my body first. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang said happily. Yes, great heavenly venerate. After that, the good corpse saint heart formed by the Shenyang divine sword merged into great heavenly venerate Shenyang's body. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang closed his eyes and sensed the situation in his body, as well as the state of comprehending nomological laws. The rest of the human heavenly venerates also understood that great heavenly venerate Shenyang had severed the good corpse on the spot. They all looked at him eagerly, hoping to know the effects of the 3 corpses mystic technique from him. Even the great emperors below were looking at great heavenly venerate Shenyang with anticipation. After a long time, great heavenly venerate Shenyang opened his eyes and said happily, "The power in my body has increased by 30%. The speed of comprehending the laws has more than doubled. The good corpse also has the strength of a mid-stage heavenly venerate and can continue to improve through cultivation." Boom! Hearing great heavenly venerate Shenyang's words, the heavenly venerates and great emperors in the heaven's expanse heavenly palace were in an uproar. This was a real example. They had to believe that the 3 corpses mystic technique was more powerful than what Yi Tianzong had said. A great heavenly venerate's power had increased by 30% after severing 1 corpse. If it had been an early stage or mid-stage heavenly venerate, it would have directly broken through a small realm. Yi Tianzong smiled and continued, "Next, if you have any doubts, you can ask me. Great heavenly venerate will answer all of you. Each person is limited to 1 question. No fighting, no chaos. Reporting to the supreme heavenly venerate of the heaven's expanse, In the following time, Yi Tianzong answered some of the doubts of the human race's heavenly venerates and great emperors about the cultivation process, as well as questions about the three corpses mystic technique. 70 years later, the 300-year period was up. Yi Tianzong drew a mysterious seal in the void and then waved his hand. The seal turned into tens of thousands of seals and directly entered the minds of the tens of thousands of great emperors below. Looking at the tens of thousands of people who were a little flustered and confused, Yi Tianzong said in a serious tone, "The 300-year period is up. Great Heavenly Venerate's preaching is over. However, Great Heavenly Venerate cannot be imparted easily. The three corpses mystic technique is the secret of the human race's destiny. It must not be known to any other race. What entered your minds just now was the soul seal that I set up. This seal will not affect your cultivation, nor will it control you. It is only to prevent you from imparting my technique to others or from being found out by the heavenly venerates of other races through a soul search. When you become a heavenly venerate, swear on your Tao heart that you will not harm the human race, and the seal will disappear. However, I will also give you a chance. If you are unable to become a heavenly venerate, you can impart the technique to your descendants. However, you can only impart it to 2 people at most. Do you have any objections?" The tens of thousands of great emperors at the pinnacle of the heavenly venerate realm looked much better. They then said, "Thank you, Supreme Heavenly Venerate. We have no objections." All right, Yi Tianzong turned his head to look at the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void and said, "Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void, what do you think of this?" The Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void said calmly, "It is already a great favor to allow you to listen to such a secret technique. If anyone is displeased, I will definitely punish them severely. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." The tens of thousands of great emperors at the pinnacle of the void answered fearfully under the awe-inspiring aura of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void. The Supreme Heavenly Lord of the Void nodded his head slightly before saying, "The Supreme Heavenly Lord of the Boundless Expanse has created a heaven-defying technique and is now imparting his Tao to the human tribe to usher in a new era for the human tribe. He is worthy of being the human tribe's Tao Master. Any objections?" The rest of the human heavenly masters thought about it for a while and did not object. Hence, they bowed towards Yi Tianzong and said, "Greetings, Heaven's Expanse, Holy Man! Greetings to the Heaven's Expanse, Holy Man!" The tens of thousands of peak stage great emperors greeted Yi Tianzong in unison. Yi Tianzong was stunned, but he did not decline. He was worthy of this title, so he said, "From now on, the three corpses mystic technique will be listed as a secret of the human race. In the Great Emperor Contest that occurs once every 20,000 years, the winner of the 4 sovereigns and 8 sovereigns will be taught the three corpses mystic technique by the Heavenly Court. I hope that all of you will work hard in your cultivation and expand the territory of the human race in the future. Yes, I will follow your orders." 10 steps of the Supreme Exalted Celestial. The three corpses combined is also somewhat useful for Supreme Exalted Celestials. When everyone left, Yi Tianzong's voice reached the ears of the Supreme Exalted Celestial in the void. Only he could hear it. Looking at the empty heavenly palace, Yi Tianzong's thoughts were running wild. He had just played the role of the Tao ancestor in the legends of the first generation on Earth. He had accidentally become a Tao master of the human race. It felt pretty good. Next, the human race would begin a new era of cultivation. The strength of the heavenly masters would welcome another explosion. It would not be long before the next war. Yi Tianzong thought, then waved his hand and sent out a message. He stood in the heaven's expanse, heavenly palace, and waited quietly. When all the great emperors of the 2 heavenly court branches under the heaven's expanse heavenly palace, as well as Liu Hansu and those who had followed him for a long time, arrived, Yi Tianzong activated the defensive formation of the heaven's expanse heavenly palace again. He explained the cultivation methods of the great emperors and heavenly masters to these people. Not only did he answer their questions about cultivation, but he also passed down the three corpses mystic technique and distributed countless Tier 7 and Tier 8 divine pills. It was not until 500 years later that these people left the heavens' expanse, heavenly palace with excited expressions. After announcing that he would go into seclusion again, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu entered the immortal mansion again. Hugging the two peerless goddesses, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong said softly, 10 steps of the Supreme Exalted Celestial. Every step forward is too difficult. Otherwise, the Supreme Exalted Celestial in the void would only be at the second step after being a Supreme Exalted Celestial for more than 1 billion years. However, we have a faster way. In the past, the 10,000 source-flowing crystals in the world battlefield were useless to us. Now, the 10,000 source-flowing crystals are a shortcut for us to improve quickly. We have to get more 10,000 source-flowing crystals. At the same time, it's time to settle accounts with those supreme exalted celestials. Chapter 447. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu came to the world battlefield once again. This time, they had the strength to do as they pleased. The three of them wandered around the heavenly venerate area of the world battlefield openly. When they encountered heavenly venerates of foreign races or human race, heavenly venerates who had hunted them down before, they killed them without any hesitation. They didn't seem like they were bullying the weak. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu didn't run away when they encountered the supreme heavenly venerates of the 10 major races. Instead, they fought the heavenly venerates who had surrounded them. The three of them were all 4th step, supreme, heavenly venerates. In addition, they had comprehended many kinds of laws of heaven and earth, as well as various powerful, great divine abilities. Hence, they could even fight against 6th step and 7th step supreme, heavenly venerates. Therefore, although the three of them were at a disadvantage, they were still able to exchange blows with their enemies. Hundreds of supreme, heavenly venerates couldn't do anything to Yi Tianzong and the other two. The two sides were in a stalemate as they fought. The fluctuations and range of the battle grew larger and larger, and more supreme, heavenly venerates joined the battle. In the end, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu seized the rare opportunity to use the boundless infinitum, yin-yang combination forbidden divine ability to kill more than a dozen 1st step and 2nd step supreme, heavenly venerates before fleeing, leaving behind many shocked and disbelieving supreme, heavenly venerates. After killing more than a dozen supreme, heavenly venerates, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu didn't stop. Instead, they continued to wander around the world battlefield. When they encountered ancient heavenly venerates, supreme heavenly venerates, or human race heavenly venerates who had hunted them down before, the three of them didn't hesitate to kill them. Once they were surrounded by many supreme heavenly venerates, the three of them would immediately use their forbidden divine ability to kill some of the supreme heavenly venerates before fleeing and continuing their killing journey. Since you're all attacking us, we won't talk about rules with you. Let's see who can outlast the other in the end. In just 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had slaughtered over 5,000 Empyreans and over 130 Supreme Empyreans in the world battlefield. The top forces of the 10 great races had suffered disastrous losses. The Empyreans of the various races in the Empyrean region of the world battlefield were all terrified of Yi Tianzong and the other two. They were so terrified that they almost didn't dare to enter the world battlefield. In the end, the supreme exalts of the 10 great races had no choice but to negotiate with Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. It just so happened that most of the human race's supreme forces that had offended the three of them had been wiped out by them. The three of them also didn't want to continue being besieged by so many supreme, heavenly venerates of the 10 great races. Therefore, after the negotiation, the remaining supreme heavenly venerates wouldn't join forces to attack Yi Tianzong and the other two. However, Yi Tianzong and the other two wouldn't take the initiative to hunt down the Empyreans of the various races, except for personal grudges. Since then, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had completely dominated the world battlefields and Korean region. No one dared to offend Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu. Even the supreme heavenly venerates of the various races couldn't do anything to them. Only those who had reached the 9th or 10th step of the supreme heavenly venerate could contend with the three of them using their forbidden divine ability were their opponents. The invincible Yi, Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu freely searched the world battlefield for various primordial crystal and supreme grade resource veins hidden underground. After tens of thousands of years, the three of them had found a total of 4 large primordial crystal veins, 10 medium primordial crystal veins, and 30 small primordial crystal veins. In addition, they had found more than 10 supreme-grade material veins. What made the three of them the happiest was that they had obtained a total of 6 myriad origin flowing crystals. Their respective cultivation realms, as well as their comprehension of the laws, had also advanced a little. The myriad origin flowing crystal was an extremely rare treasure in the world battlefields and Korean region. It was in the form of a 9-colored liquid and could absorb and gather the power of all things in the world, including the power of laws. All the power absorbed by the myriad origin flowing crystal would go through some incomprehensible method and eventually be converted into myriad origin power, which could increase the strength of a supreme heavenly venerate. The myriad origin flowing crystal would be randomly produced in the vast space of the Empyrean region. The time and location were all random. Furthermore, the divine object would conceal itself. Only when the myriad origin flowing crystal was born would it cause a 1,000,000-mile phenomenon and reveal its location. After a quarter of an hour, the phenomenon dissipated and the myriad origin flowing crystal was completely born. It would then turn into an ordinary colored crystal and quietly exist in the place where it was born. Therefore, whether one could obtain the myriad origin flowing crystal or not depended entirely on one's luck. Yi Tianzong and the other two's luck was pretty good. After 30,000 years, they had obtained 6 myriad origin flowing crystals, and their strength had improved a little. While Yi Tianzong and the other two were searching everywhere for myriad origin flowing crystals to increase their strength, the various heavenly venerates of the human race in the Great Thousand Domains were also doing their best to comprehend the 3-corpse mystic technique and increase their strength. At the same time, the peak great emperors and heavenly venerates who had listened to Yi Tianzong's teachings were doing their best to collect supreme-grade materials and all kinds of rare treasures. It was too difficult to become a supreme heavenly venerate. Many heavenly venerates did not have extravagant hopes of becoming a supreme heavenly venerate. However, with the 3-corpse mystic technique, as long as the 3-corpse mystic technique was severed, there was still a high chance of becoming a great heavenly venerate. The top powerhouses of the entire human race were racing against time to increase their strength. It was foreseeable that after this wave of increase in strength was over, the number and strength of the human race's heavenly venerates would soar greatly. In the realm battlefield of the immortal mansion, Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian entered the realm battlefield once again and continued to search for myriad origin flowing crystals. Previously, Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal had fought with a divine race Heavenly Venerate powerhouse for a piece of myriad origin flowing crystal. This had allowed his and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian's strength to break through and approach the threshold of becoming a supreme heavenly venerate. At most, they only needed 2 more pieces of myriad origin flowing crystals for them to have a high chance of becoming a supreme heavenly venerate. Although myriad origin flowing crystals were very rare, the progress of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was also very long and torturous. Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian had been Great Heavenly Venerates for more than 1 billion years, but they were still far from becoming a supreme Heavenly Venerate. Their progress in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Just one piece of myriad origin flowing crystal was worth hundreds of millions of years of hard work and cultivation. How could the two of them resist this temptation after tasting the sweetness? However, as soon as they entered the realm battlefield, the two of them felt a strange atmosphere. It was an inexplicable feeling that made them feel as if there were fewer people in the realm battlefield. Oh, could something have happened in these hundreds of thousands of years that we don't know about? Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian had been cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years and had come to the realm battlefield as soon as they came out. They didn't know that Yi Tianzong and the other two had massacred the realm battlefield and heavenly venerates of the various races. PFFF! Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian both vomited blood and flew backwards. Then they looked at the supreme heavenly venerates of the god race and the dozen or so god race heavenly venerates around them with ugly expressions. They knew that they might not be able to escape today. The reason the two of them were like this was because Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal had snatched the myriad origin flowing crystal from the god race's heavenly venerates. As a result, the god race's heavenly venerates had always held a grudge against him. Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian, who had entered the realm battlefield again, were very unlucky. They had only wandered around the realm battlefield for 500 years before being discovered by the god race's heavenly venerates. Then they were surrounded by them. If it was just the ancient heavenly venerates, the two of them were confident that they could escape even if there were more than 10 of them. However, the terrible thing was that the supreme heavenly venerates had also been lured over. Now, everything pointed to disaster. When foreign races encountered each other on the battlefield and the difference in strength was too great, one of them was bound to die. The god race's heavenly venerates wouldn't allow Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian to escape. Fight! Great Heavenly Venerate Ethereal and Great Heavenly Venerate Qing Xian had a resolute look in their eyes as they executed a secret technique at the same time and lunged at the surrounding god race heavenly venerates with the intention of perishing together with them. The supreme heavenly venerate of the god race was obviously an experienced and ruthless character. He had no intention of showing off at all. After sensing Ethereal and Qing Xian's intentions, he once again attacked the heavily injured Ethereal and Qing Xian. Before Ethereal and Qing Xian could even approach the celestial venerables of the divine race, they were once again slammed deep into the ground. A reckless ant. The supreme heavenly venerate of the god race had a look of disdain in his eyes. Then he pointed with his finger, and a power that could tear apart space and time was about to completely destroy Ethereal and Qing Xian. However, a cold shout was heard. The supreme heavenly venerate of the god race didn't get his way. How dare you? Scram! The golden palm print that covered the sky pierced through space and time and headed straight for the supreme heavenly venerate of the god race. The supreme heavenly venerate of the god race could easily sense the power of this palm print and didn't dare let his guard down. He was on high alert as he unleashed several consecutive attacks to neutralize the attack of the golden palm print. He retreated a few hundred miles and said with an ugly expression, "Vast expanse, what is the meaning of this?" The supreme heavenly venerate of the god race had already recognized the newcomers. They were really Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. They were the once famous rogue trio. However, after Yi Tianzong and the other two became supreme heavenly venerates and revealed their identities, no one dared to call them the rogue trio anymore. What is the meaning of this? You're a supreme heavenly venerate of the god race, yet you brought a dozen people to besiege two great heavenly venerates of the human race. What do you think I'm doing? Yi Tianzong said disdainfully to the supreme heavenly venerate of the god race. Then he infused his supreme Tao energy into the heavily injured Ethereal and Qing Xian to alleviate their injuries and allow them to temporarily regain their ability to move. Chapter 448. These two people snatched my divine race's myriad origin flowing crystal. Can I kill them? Since when did you care about the human race? When the three of you were still rogues, the human race's heavenly venerables couldn't wait to kill you. The celestial race's supreme heavenly venerables said while suppressing his anger. Do you think I'll believe your **T? It's none of your business who I want to save. I just don't like you and want to beat you up, so what? Yi Tianzong's face fell, and he said coldly. Then he raised the divine sword in his hand and looked like he was about to fight. **CK. Why did he have to mention it? The celestial race's supreme, heavenly venerables wanted to slap himself. He had spoken without thinking and touched the enemy's sore spot. Although the trio of rogues were famous in the past, they were like rats that everyone wanted to beat up. If there was a choice, no one would want to be like that. For Yi Tianzong and the other two who had become supreme heavenly venerables, they didn't want to recall the experience of being the enemy of the entire world. In the end, the words of the celestial race's supreme heavenly venerables reminded Yi Tianzong and the other two of their countless near-death experiences. It would be strange if they were happy. Seeing that Yi Tianzong and the other two were about to fight, the celestial race's supreme heavenly venerables panicked. He wasn't a match for them in a one-on-one fight, let alone the three of them, especially when Yi Tianzong and the other two had the ability to kill him. This was dangerous. Don't go too far. I'm not afraid of you. I still have important things to do. I'll settle the score with you when I'm done. After saying that, the celestial race's supreme heavenly venerables ran away before Yi Tianzong could do anything. He ran away. That's right. He ran away after saying some harsh words. Not only were Yi Tianzong and the other two a little confused, but Ethereal and Qing Xian were also confused. The celestial race's supreme heavenly venerables were the most confused. **CK. Why did he run away? We still have important things to do. Who are you trying to fool? What are we going to do if you run away? The enemy is three supreme heavenly venerables. The other Empyreans of the god race finally reacted. The situation was very dangerous. They had to run quickly. However, they reacted a little too late. Yi Tianzong also would not let these foreign race Empyreans escape. The three of them each brandished their swords, and over 10 powerful god race heavenly venerables fell on the world battlefield. Ethereal and Qing Xian looked at the dreamlike scene in front of them and only regained their senses after a long time. They said respectfully to Yi Tianzong and the other two, "Thank you, boundless expanse, for saving us." Yi Tianzong threw each of them a supreme fortune divine pill that could heal their injuries quickly. Then he said, "Find a secret place to recuperate first. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. We still have other things to do, so we will take our leave first." With that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu quickly disappeared into the horizon. What exactly did we miss? How long has it been? The three of them, who were only late-stage heavenly venerables back then, have actually become supreme heavenly venerables? Even the tyrannical god race, supreme heavenly venerables, fled when they saw them. "We must find out," great heavenly venerate Ethereal said in disbelief. "Let's find a place to recuperate first. After we recover, we will go and find out. There's no rush." After great heavenly venerate Qing Xian said that, great heavenly venerate Ethereal nodded in agreement. Then the two of them left carefully. 10,000 years in the great thousand realms of the myriad races was 100,000 years in the world battlefield of the immortal mansion. 50,000 years had passed since Yi Tianzong had become a supreme heavenly venerate and given a sermon to the powerhouses of the human race, imparting the three corpses mystic technique. During these 50,000 years, the number of ancient seeking heavenly venerates of the human race had increased by another 30. The number of heavenly venerates had reached 123. The Supreme Heavenly Venerates were still Yi Tianzong's group of 3 and Supreme Heavenly Venerates. After 50,000 years of cultivation, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang had once again severed his evil corpse, and his strength had increased again. Compared to before he had obtained the 3 corpses mystic technique, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang's strength had increased by nearly 3 times. His speed of comprehending nomological laws had also increased several times after 2 stacks. In addition to Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang, the other Heavenly Venerates of the human race who had obtained the 3 corpses mystic technique had also severed one of their evil corpses during these years. Their strength had increased exponentially, and their cultivation base had also improved further. Their initial stage Heavenly Venerates had advanced to mid-stage Heavenly Venerates. Mid-stage Heavenly Venerates had advanced to late-stage Heavenly Venerates, and late-stage Heavenly Venerates had advanced to Great Heavenly Venerates. The strength of the upper echelons of the human race alone had increased by more than 3 times in the past 50,000 years. This was simply unimaginable in the past. The increase in strength was accompanied by an even stronger desire to expand. These Empyrean powerhouses needed even more supreme level treasures and rare heavenly treasures to increase their strength. The human race had basically been plundered clean, so if they wanted to continue increasing their strength quickly, they would have to expand outwards, conquering even more races and gaining even more territory. Therefore, the human race, which had rested for 250,000 years, began to mobilize again. Orders were passed down, and hundreds of millions of troops set off for the human race's borders. Countless war fortresses and sky patrol battleships were transported to the human race's borders through the Void teleportation array. The colossus that had been dormant for 250,000 years began to expand again. Once it was mobilized, it displayed its tyrannical foundation and strength. More than 6 million great emperors arrived at the human race's borders. This time, the human race intended to launch a punitive expedition against the Earth God race. At the same time, the Flower Spirit race, Rain God race, Serene Cloud race, and Green Sky Python race were also part of the plan. The Flower Spirit race and Rain God race were both mid-level races with at most 3 Heavenly Venerates in each race. The Serene Cloud race and Green Sky Python race were powerful races that ranked in the top 1,500th place. Each race had 7 Heavenly Venerates and a Great Heavenly Venerate expert overseeing them. Among the 123 Heavenly Venerates of the human race, there were 6 Great Heavenly Venerates, 27 late-stage Heavenly Venerates, 60 mid-stage Heavenly Venerates, and 30 early-stage Heavenly Venerates. The Earth God race, which was the target of the human race's punitive expedition, had 1 Supreme Heavenly Venerate and 43 ancient-seeking Heavenly Venerates. Among them, there were 6 Great Heavenly Venerates. With the human race's current strength, attacking the Earth God race, Flower Spirit race, Rain God race, Serene Cloud race, and Green Sky Python race at the same time wasn't a problem. The only concern was that they had to conquer the Earth God race in a short period of time. Otherwise, the Meta-Spirit race and Demon race wouldn't allow the human race to grow stronger. The Demon race had 2 powerful enemies in the Heavenly Saint race and Star Spirit race. If the human race continued to grow stronger, it would threaten the safety of the Demon race's rear. The Demon race wouldn't allow the human race to grow strong enough to threaten them. The Meta-Spirit race was the neighbor of the Earth God race, so they were only slightly more powerful than the Earth God race. Once the human race annexed the Earth God race, the Meta-Spirit race would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Thus, the Meta-Spirit race wouldn't allow the human race to annex the Earth God race. Thus, due to various reasons, if the human race wanted to achieve their goal of expansion, they had to kill the Earth God race's Heavenly Venerates in a short period of time. They had to destroy the Earth God race's resistance so that the Meta-Spirit race and Demon race wouldn't be able to intervene. In order to achieve all of this, only Yi Tianzong and the others could achieve this. Time passed and 100 years passed. Everything was ready except for one thing. They were just waiting for Yi Tianzong and the others to come out of seclusion. The human race's intentions were already clear, so the Earth God race naturally wouldn't just sit around and wait for death. They also gathered countless armies and deployed them on the border with the human race. In addition, they also joined forces with other mid-tier races to resist the human race. After 50,000 years in the outside world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had spent 500,000 years in the Immortal Mansion's world battlefield. During these 500,000 years, Yi Tianzong and the others discovered more than 100 connate origin crystal veins and more than 60 supreme-grade resource veins. They also discovered 3 types of precious resource veins, which were top-grade materials that could only be smelted by supreme heavenly venerates. In addition, the 3 of them also obtained 16 myriad origin flowing crystals. They were very lucky. It should be known that other heavenly venerates couldn't obtain a single myriad origin flowing crystal in hundreds of thousands of years. With the help of the 16 myriad origin flowing crystals, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's cultivation base broke through and entered the 5th step of the supreme heavenly venerate realm. Their strength had more than doubled. Just as the 3 of them wanted to continue, the clone left in the great thousand world of the myriad races informed Yi Tianzong of the situation in the outside world. After Yi Tianzong understood the situation, he didn't delay. After all, he could return at any time. He walked out of the Immortal Mansion with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and returned to the Heaven's Expanse heavenly palace. The news of the 3 of them coming out of seclusion also spread to the upper echelons of the human clan in a very short time. Looking at the many human clan heavenly venerates who had rushed over, Yi Tianzong said, "I already know about the matter. There's no time to lose. Immediately start the war with the Earth God clan. I'll go and deal with the supreme heavenly venerate of the Earth God clan." After saying that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu disappeared. The rest of the human clan heavenly venerates also immediately returned to their respective areas and gave the order to attack. Above the vast 9 heavens, the supreme heavenly venerate of the Earth God clan looked at the supreme heavenly venerate of the void and asked angrily, "Is the human clan really going to be stubborn and fight to the death with the Earth God clan? You have to understand that the supreme heavenly venerates are immortal. You can't stop me." When the supreme heavenly venerate of the void heard the words of the supreme heavenly venerate of the Earth God clan, he remained calm and replied calmly, "The law of the jungle has always been the law of competition in our world. If it were the Earth God clan today, you wouldn't let the human clan off either. All right, in that case, let's have a showdown. Let me see how a junior like you, who has only cultivated for a few billion years, can stop me." The supreme heavenly venerate of the Earth God clan launched an attack at the supreme heavenly venerate of the void after saying that. The supreme heavenly venerate of the void didn't back down and started fighting with the supreme heavenly venerate of the Earth God clan. When their supreme powers collided, the vast 9 heavens shook and shook. Time and space collapsed and the universe was destroyed. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 449. P.S. Sorry, I was a little sleepy after writing, so I wanted to take a nap. I overslept and posted it a little late. The Earth Gods had existed for far longer than the human race. The Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate had existed for more than 1 billion years before the Void Supreme Heavenly Venerate. He had already reached the 4th step of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate realm. The Void Supreme Heavenly Venerate's cultivation realm was also advancing rapidly due to the increasing fortune of the human race. He had also completed the 3 corpses mystic technique that Yi Tianzong had passed on to him. After combining the 3 corpses, the Void Supreme Heavenly Venerate had already reached the peak of the 3rd step of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate realm. As long as the human race continued to grow stronger, it wouldn't take more than 1 million years for him to reach the 4th step of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate realm. Therefore, The gap between the Void Supreme Heavenly Venerate and the Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate wasn't huge. During the battle, the Supreme Exalted Celestial of the Earth God race also discovered this unacceptable reality. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu tore through the void and descended onto the battlefield. What? There are 3 more Supreme Heavenly Venerates? The Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate looked at Yi Tianzong and the other 2 in shock. As far as he knew, the human race should only have 2 Supreme Heavenly Venerates. How could there be 4? This was actually the result of the human race's Supreme Heavenly Venerates deliberately concealing the truth. Back then, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu had all become Supreme Heavenly Venerates at the same time. Everyone in the human race's territory only knew that there were new Supreme Heavenly Venerates, but they didn't know that there were 3 Supreme Heavenly Venerates. The upper echelons of the human race had also sealed off the news. They had even placed a soul seal on the great emperors who knew about it. Ling Xingyue and Shen Yu rarely showed themselves. Therefore, the outside world didn't know that there were 4 Supreme Heavenly Venerates in the human race. They only knew that there were 2 Supreme Heavenly Venerates in the human race. Damn it, the human race has hidden it so well. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Earth God race felt his heart sink. For Supreme Heavenly Venerates were enough to seal him. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to escape today. Just as the Earth God Supreme Celestial was thinking about how to escape, Yi Tianzong sent a voice transmission to the Void Supreme Celestial and asked him to distract the enemy. Then he combined his yin-yang with Ling Xingyue and Shen Yu again and turned into a tricolored light beam. Time and space came to a standstill. Fate retreated and the universe froze. A tricolored beam of light, imbued with supreme and unbridled power, pierced through the Earthen God Supreme's head and continued on through his body. The Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate only had time to wonder why he couldn't move before his consciousness dissipated. After his death, Yi Tianzong once again used the law of karma to trace the karma line to the unknown depths of the river of time. He found the Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate's true spirit and completely obliterated his true spirit. After the Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate was destroyed, Ling Xingyue and Shen Yu disappeared and returned to the immortal mansion. Then Yi Tianzong and the Void Supreme Celestial quickly descended to the Heavenly Venerate battlefield below. When the Earth God Supreme Heavenly Venerate died, the powerhouses and countless beings of the Earth God race felt an indescribable sadness. They knew that the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of their race had fallen. After losing their greatest reliance and hope, the beings of the Earth God race immediately fell into 2 extremes. One was that their morale plummeted and they became disheartened. They were very passive and powerless in the face of the human race's army. The other was that they burned their boats and wanted to perish together with the human race. When Yi Tianzong and the Void Supreme Celestial descended to the Heavenly Venerate battlefield, none of the Earth God race's Heavenly Venerate powerhouses wanted to surrender. This was because they knew that the human race's powerhouses wouldn't let them live. Therefore, they fought desperately with the human race's Heavenly Venerates with the intention of perishing together with the human race's Heavenly Venerate powerhouses. Yi Tianzong and the Void Supreme Celestial immediately joined the battlefield. Their strength far exceeded the ancient Heavenly Venerate realm, allowing Yi Tianzong and the Void Supreme Celestial to move unhindered in the Heavenly Venerate battlefield. They were invincible. A Heavenly Venerate powerhouse's strength that could shake heaven and earth was so insignificant and insignificant in front of them. A simple punch, a finger, or a palm from the 2 of them could pierce through space-time and divine abilities, severely injuring the ancient Heavenly Venerate and causing him to lose the ability to continue fighting. Then, the human race's Heavenly Venerate powerhouses seized the opportunity to eliminate the Earth God race's Heavenly Venerates in one fell swoop. In just half an hour, with Yi Tianzong and the Void Supreme Celestial joining the battle. All the Earth God race's heavenly venerate powerhouses were killed by the human race. After killing the Earth God race's heavenly venerate powerhouses, Yi Tianzong nodded at the Void Supreme Celestial. Then Yi Tianzong tore open the void and disappeared between heaven and earth, rushing to the other battlefields. This time he had to get rid of the remaining heavenly venerate powerhouses of the flower spirits, rain gods, serene cloud race, and blue sky python race as quickly as possible. The Void Supreme Celestial needed to oversee the Earth God race's battlefield and deal with the Meta-Spirit race's movements. As for Yi Tianzong, he was slightly stronger. After dealing with the heavenly venerate powerhouses of the flower spirits, rain gods, serene cloud race, and blue sky python race, he still needed to rush to the border with the demon race's territory to oversee it and deter the demon race. No, how can this be? As the last great heavenly venerate of the blue sky python race was slapped to death by Yi Tianzong, all the heavenly venerate powerhouses of the earth god race, flower spirits, rain god, serene cloud race, and blue sky python race were wiped out. They were no longer able to stop the human race's conquest. The human race's army also tore open the line of defense and marched straight in, quickly occupying the foreign race's territory. After Yi Tianzong arrived at the border between the human race and the demon race, the human race and the demon race were currently in a tense standoff. More than 20 heavenly venerate powerhouses of the demon race were in a stalemate with the 10 heavenly venerates left behind by the human race. They were ready to make a move. The demon race's army had also finished gathering and was about to launch an attack. After Yi Tianzong arrived, he immediately erupted with the might of a supreme heavenly venerate and instantly swept across the hundreds of billions of miles of border between the human race and the demon race. The demon race's army immediately swayed and fell to the ground without any ability to resist. The more than 20 heavenly venerates of the demon race were also suppressed by Yi Tianzong's aura and could only barely resist. Yi Tianzong's eyes were cold as he looked at the heavenly venerates of the demon race and asked, "What? Your demon race is barely dealing with the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race. Do you still want to start a war with my human race?" A great heavenly venerate of the demon race said arrogantly, "Humph, our demon race dominates the world. Your human race can be annihilated with a flip of our palm. Do you think 2 mere supreme heavenly venerates can provoke our demon race? So what if this venerate attacks your human race?" Yi Tianzong immediately sent the great heavenly venerate of the demon race flying with a slap. The great heavenly venerate vomited blood and was sent flying for tens of thousands of miles. Yi Tianzong then said, "You are only a great heavenly venerate. This venerate is a supreme heavenly venerate. You don't have the right to be presumptuous. The demon race is indeed powerful, and my human race is no match for you. However, don't forget that your demon race is at war with the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race. You can exterminate my human race if you want, but this venerate won't sit and wait for death. My human race has 2 supreme heavenly venerates. If 2 of my human race's supreme heavenly venerates sneak into your demon race's territory and cause trouble, what do you think the consequences will be? When the time comes, you will be the one who started the war. Do you think the demon race's supreme heavenly venerates will let your family and descendants off? Or do you think this venerate won't kill you immediately?" Upon hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the great heavenly venerate of the demon race, who was about to explode, immediately calmed down. Although he didn't want to admit it, the human race's supreme heavenly venerate had said what he was most worried about. Once he attacked the human race definitely wouldn't sit and wait for death. The human race's supreme heavenly venerates would also exterminate him immediately. When the human race and the demon race fought, the human race would suffer great losses. If the 2 human races' supreme heavenly venerates went all out and wreaked havoc in the demon race, the losses and casualties would be immeasurable. especially now that they were at war with the two overlords, the Heavenly Saint race and the Star Spirit race. If the two supreme heavenly venerates wreaked havoc in the rear, the demon race might suffer a great defeat. No matter what the outcome was, his descendants and family would definitely be sacrificed to appease the anger of all parties. This was something he didn't want to see. After thinking it through, the great heavenly venerate of the demon race knew that he had suffered a palm strike for nothing. He also couldn't make a supreme heavenly venerate apologize. Therefore, he gloomily stared at the human race's supreme heavenly venerate and said, "All right, this venerate admits defeat today. However, human race's supreme heavenly venerate, remember this. Once my demon race ends its war with the Heavenly Saint race and the Star Spirit race, it will be the death of your human race." Yi Tianzong said nonchalantly, "Humph, then this venerate will wait and see. Now, scram. Otherwise, don't blame this venerate for being impolite. You, Humph, let's go." The great heavenly venerate of the demon race glared at Yi Tianzong fiercely before leaving with the other demon races, supreme heavenly venerates. "Humph, do you think it's possible to end the war with the Heavenly Saint race and the Star Spirit race? The demon race, the Heavenly Saint race, and the Star Spirit race aren't the only races in the myriad races' great thousand worlds. Will the powerhouses of the other races watch as you guys end the war? It seems like it's time for the demon race to experience the fear of being dominated by thieves again. The current human race is still too weak. Otherwise, a mere great heavenly venerate of the demon race could crush him like an ant. There's still a long way to go for the human race to become an overlord race like the demon race." Yi Tianzong sighed in his heart before returning to the border with the human race's supreme heavenly venerates. A war between the human race and the demon race that had almost happened was thus averted. However, it was foreseeable that there would never be fewer wars between the human race and the demon race in the future. On the other side, under the deterrence of the supreme heavenly venerate of the void, and because the war had ended too quickly, the Earth God race's heavenly venerates were quickly annihilated. The powerhouses and army of the Meta-Spirit race finally seized a small part of the Earth God race's territory before settling down and no longer attempting to disturb the human race. The human race's heavenly venerates turned a blind eye to the Meta-Spirit race's effortless occupation of about 1/10 of the Earth God race's territory in order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After all, there were still territories of the other 4 races that had been occupied. There was no need to fight to the death with the Meta-Spirit race over those territories. This was not in line with the previously established decision. 500 years had passed. The human race had completely occupied and controlled the territories that originally belonged to the Earth God race, the Flower Spirit race, the Rain God race, the Serene Cloud race, and the Blue Sky Python race. Countless resources and fortunes had gathered in the human race. All the powerhouses above the God King realm of the 5 races, except for those that had to be left behind, had been exterminated. After the Blood Demon race, the Metal Breaking race, and the other races, the human race had 5 more slave races. Chapter 450. After conquering a large territory, the next thing the human race had to do was to digest their gains and convert the vast territory, resources, and providence into powerful strength. Therefore, after demarcating the territories ruled by the heavenly venerables, the human race began a 200,000-year-long hibernation. Most of the human race heavenly venerables entered seclusion to increase their strength. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu also announced that they would enter seclusion. However, 10,000 years later, Yi Tianzong once again controlled the immortal mansion to enter the demon race's territory and launched another sneak attack. The demon race's heavenly venerables, left behind to guard the territory, were attacked by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu. A large number of God King level, Emperor level, and Supreme level forces were plundered, and their outstanding prodigies were slaughtered. This time, Yi Tianzong, Shen Yu, and Shen Yu had all become supreme heavenly venerables and were many times stronger. Naturally, They were not afraid of being hunted down by the demon race's supreme, heavenly venerables. Therefore, they disguised themselves as demon race's supreme heavenly venerables and wreaked havoc everywhere. This time they were not satisfied with just causing trouble like the last time. They planned to deal a heavy blow to the demon race's foundation. The three of them transformed into thousands of people and blended into the demon race to investigate the various factions' prodigies and grotto heavens. After investigating thoroughly, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu ruthlessly destroyed God King level, Emperor level, and Supreme level forces one by one under Yi Tianzong, causing panic among the major forces in the demon race's territory. Most of the demon race's forces and experts were now in a deadlock with the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe. They were unable to deal with the thief effectively and quickly. Moreover, the thief had displayed his strength as a supreme heavenly venerate without any scruples. Who else could stop him other than a supreme heavenly venerate? On this day, Yi Tianzong had just finished attacking a supreme level force and was about to move on to the next one when he suddenly stopped. For supreme heavenly venerables of the demon race had appeared around Yi Tianzong. After seeing Yi Tianzong, the four supreme heavenly venerables of the demon race did not immediately attack Yi Tianzong, which made Yi Tianzong feel a little puzzled. One demon race, the supreme heavenly venerables of the demon race, had a hand in the past. Demon race's supreme heavenly venerables must have participated in your clan's annihilation. You should have vented your resentment by now. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame us to the patriarch to kill you. Yi Tianzong was shocked when he heard the words of the supreme heavenly venerables of the demon race. However, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he snorted coldly and showed that he did not want to say anything. Seeing that Yi Tianzong, who was disguised as a supreme exalted of the divine demon race, had no intention of attacking, the supreme exalted of the demon race said, "How about this? Since you have already become a supreme exalted, you can obtain a territory within the demon race and establish your own force. However, you cannot continue to destroy the stability of the demon race. We are now at war with the Heavenly Saint tribe and the Star Spirit tribe. You cannot drag us down. This is also the Patriarch's intention. You know the consequences of going against the Patriarch's wishes. Humph. You don't have to worry about me. I don't need you to tell me what to do. You don't have to use the Patriarch of the demon race to pressure me. I will settle my grudge with you sooner or later." After saying that, Yi Tianzong tore open the void and left. Then he entered the immortal mansion and disappeared without a trace. After Yi Tianzong disappeared, a faint black figure appeared. Looking at the place where Yi Tianzong had disappeared, an ancient and desolate voice resounded. "I didn't expect that the divine demon race would appear again after countless epochs. This talent that is compatible with space and time is really unique in this world." After entering the vast expanse immortal abode, Yi Tianzong's uneasy feeling finally disappeared. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu walked over and asked, "What's wrong? You look very nervous." Yi Tianzong told the two of them what had happened before, and also told them about the uneasy feeling he had just now. Demon race? Since when did the divine demon race exist? And what's going on with the patriarch of the demon race? I always felt that someone was watching me, but I couldn't discover it. Could it be that the so-called patriarch of the demon race was watching me just now? Yi Tianzong felt that things were out of his control. He had disguised himself as a member of the Devil Clan, but he had merely imitated the appearance of the supreme celestial venerables of the Devil Clan in the world battlefield in the heavens' expanse immortal abode. He had never thought that he would be recognized as a member of the Fiend God Clan in the greater thousand worlds of the myriad races. Also, the demon race had a so-called old ancestor. Was it really an old ancestor of the demon race who could keep an eye on him without him noticing? How strong was that old ancestor of the demon race? Given that he was in the fifth step of the supreme celestial venerate realm, Even a super expert in the ninth step of the supreme, celestial venerate realm wouldn't be able to escape his notice. Since the demon race had a patriarch, did the heavenly saint tribe and the star spirit tribe also have a so-called patriarch? The demon race, the heavenly saint tribe, and the star spirit tribe were all races that had existed since the beginning of the world. What realm were their patriarchs in now? It had been more than hundreds of billions of years since the birth of the great thousand domains. Countless races had risen and fallen. At the same time, countless races had perished in the long river of time. The demon race, the heavenly saint tribe, and the star spirit tribe had always been at the top of the great thousand domains. It seemed that they were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Xinyu said, "It seems that we can't continue to cause trouble in the demon race for the time being. With your current strength, even a ninth step supreme, heavenly venerate would not be able to monitor you without you noticing. Only a perfected supreme, heavenly venerate would be able to do so. The current situation is that we have too little information. For safety's sake, we have to make a long-term plan." Ling Xinyu did not speak, but from her expression, it could be seen that as long as Yi Tianzong made a decision, she would support it. Yi Tianzong thought carefully, then said, "Since we can't cause trouble, then we'll work hard to cultivate. As long as we have enough strength, we'll eventually know all the secrets and secrets. We have supreme opportunities and time. So what's there to be afraid of? I'll listen to you." This unforeseen event also rang the alarm bell for Yi Tianzong. He had underestimated the enemy too much. There was always someone better than him, so he should never be too confident. Although he had supreme opportunities, he still continued to climb the path of cultivation. He had to always have a devout and respectful heart. In the following time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu returned to the heavens expanse heavenly palace of the human race and entered the world battlefield of the immortal mansion. They did their best to search for universal flowing crystals and improve their strength. Since there were suspected perfected supreme heavenly venerates in the great thousand world of the myriad races, it was very likely that there were perfected supreme heavenly venerates in the 10 great thousand worlds of the trial space. They were all super great thousand worlds that surpassed the pinnacle level of the great thousand world. It did not make sense that the myriad race's great thousand world had such a deep foundation, but the 10 superworlds that were not inferior to the myriad race's great thousand world did not have the corresponding supreme powerhouses. Therefore, after returning to the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the other two kept a low profile. Other than searching for universal flowing crystals, they rarely took the initiative to clash with the foreign races. Time passed year after year. In the myriad race's great thousand world, the demon race was still at war with the heavenly saint tribe and the star astral tribe. Previously, because of the disturbance caused by Yi Tianzong and the other two, the demon race had been plagued by internal and external troubles. The heavenly saint tribe and the star astral tribe had seized the opportunity to seize a large territory and killed countless demon race beings. Naturally, the powerhouses of the demon race were unwilling to accept this. Now that the internal troubles had been resolved, the next step was to make the heavenly saint tribe and the star astral tribe pay the price. The war between the 3 overlords of the myriad races' great thousand world had given the other races a rare opportunity to develop. Taking advantage of the war between the 3 races, the 4th ranked sky mighty celestial tribe, the 5th ranked 9 heaven phoenix tribe, the 6th ranked ancient royal family, the 7th ranked metaspirit tribe, and the current human race were all expanding and accumulating strength. Powerful races were expanding, fighting for more living space, more resources, and more fate. Following that, countless weaker races were wiped out, enslaved, and their territories occupied. The law of the jungle was vividly displayed here. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 years had passed. After occupying a large territory, the strength of the human race had entered an explosive period. Great emperor powerhouses emerged one after another, and godly monarch powerhouses were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even the number of heavenly venerates had increased by 73. The total number of heavenly venerates in the human race had reached 196. In addition to Yi Tianzong and the other two, as well as the supreme heavenly venerate void, there were 200 heavenly venerates. Under the influence of the three-corpse mystic technique, the number of great heavenly venerates in the human race had reached 10 and 60 late-stage heavenly venerates. Great heavenly venerate Shenyang had already severed the third corpse, the self-obsession corpse. His speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth had increased by more than 10 times. In addition to his foundation of over 100 million years, he was making great strides toward becoming a supreme heavenly venerate. Once the three corpses merged into one, there was a great possibility that he would be promoted to a supreme heavenly venerate. As for Yi Haoren, Su Mingxin, Yi Haoyun, and Yi Yuanshan, with the support of various supreme treasures provided by Yi Tianzong, they had also severed the good and evil corpses one after another. Their nomological comprehension had increased to the mid-stage heavenly venerate, and their strength had increased to the late-stage heavenly venerate. After the various human race heavenly venerates came out of their seclusion, they couldn't wait to continue waging war against the outside world so that they could obtain more resources and providence to help increase their strength. However, a decree from the boundless supreme heavenly palace and the void supreme heavenly palace forced them to stop what they were doing. Yi Tianzong had also returned a few times in the past 200,000 years and told the supreme heavenly venerate void about what he had encountered in the demon race. After a discussion between the two, they decided to postpone the decision to attack the meta-spirit race and attack the surrounding small races first. They would slowly expand the territory of the human race and not excessively provoke the demon race. Once the human race expanded too rapidly, it was very likely that it would alert the demon race. Once the demon race really stopped fighting with the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race, they would exterminate the human race immediately. Therefore, the supreme heavenly venerate Noda had vetoed the plan to continue expanding wantonly. Instead, they would slowly encroach on the surrounding small and weak races and slowly accumulate strength. After hearing the explanations of the supreme heavenly venerate Void and Yi Tianzong, the various human race heavenly venerates suppressed the eagerness in their hearts and continued to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at an outrageous speed, like before. Chapter 451. As time passed, the human race entered a period of relative stability and no longer launched large-scale expeditions. The neighboring Meta-Spirit clan and ancient royal family also heaved a sigh of relief. The human race had suddenly risen in power in the past million years. They had wiped out the blood demon race, the mysterious underworld race, the earth god race, and many other powerful races. The number of heavenly venerates had also skyrocketed, surpassing 150. This made the meta-spirit race and the ancient theocrats feel threatened. This was because the number of celestial venerables in the human race had greatly exceeded theirs. Coupled with the two supreme celestial venerables, none of the races would be a match for the human race. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, yet the human race had not shown any signs of attacking them. This meant that the human race had no intention of becoming enemies with them for a considerable period of time. Thus, everyone in the Meta-Spirit clan and ancient royal family heaved a sigh of relief. As for the weak races with only one or two celestial venerables, what did their fates have to do with them? The human race's affairs were handled by their clones. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had stayed in the world battlefield in the Immortal Mansion for 3 million years. During this time, the three of them had cultivated and wandered around the celestial venerate area of the world battlefield. The three of them had almost explored the entire vast celestial venerate area of the world battlefield. In addition to the well-hidden resource veins, Most of the primordial origin crystal veins and resource veins 25 kilometers underground in the celestial venerate area had been discovered by Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu. Among them, there were 5 super primordial origin crystal veins, 100 large primordial origin crystal veins, more than 1,200 medium primordial origin crystal veins, and more than 10,000 small primordial origin crystal veins. They had also discovered more than 1,000 supreme-grade material veins and 7 supreme material veins. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu had created a large number of energy clones and hidden underground to mine these primordial origin crystal and material veins day and night. In addition, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had met most of the supreme heavenly venerates of the 10 great races in the past 3 million years. There were more than 2,000 of them. When both sides met, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 wouldn't take the initiative to attack unless the foreign race's supreme heavenly venerates attitude was really bad. Instead, they would brush past each other warily. The 3 of them were quite lucky. In 3 million years, they had found a total of more than 100 myriad origin flowing crystals. Half of them had been snatched from other supreme heavenly venerates, while the other half had been discovered by themselves. After digesting more than 110,000 source flowing crystals, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's cultivation base rose to the 7th step of the supreme heavenly venerate. Their true strength was definitely stronger than a 9th step supreme heavenly venerate. As for a peak supreme heavenly venerate, because they had never encountered one before, there was no way to compare. However, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had only encountered a 9th step supreme heavenly venerate before. It was a supreme heavenly venerate from the ancient race. The reason they had encountered him was because the 3 of them had found another myriad origin flowing crystal. Just as Yi Tianzong was about to put away the myriad origin flowing crystal, the supreme heavenly venerate of the ancient race had also seen it. A 9th step supreme heavenly venerate was in existence, second only to a peak supreme heavenly venerate. They were super powerhouses among the supreme heavenly venerates. A 9th step supreme heavenly venerate might not be able to kill a 1st to 3rd step supreme heavenly venerate in a short period of time, but he could still beat up a seal. In terms of strength, a 9th step supreme heavenly venerate powerhouse was about 12 times stronger than a 1st step supreme heavenly venerate powerhouse. The 9th step supreme heavenly venerate of the ancient race relied on his powerful cultivation base to order Yi Tianzong and the other 2 around. He didn't hold back and looked at the 3 of them with undisguised, murderous intent. How could Yi Tianzong and the other 2, who were equally proud and arrogant, tolerate their enemies' bad habits? Hence, both sides started fighting without a word. Back then, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were still 6th step supreme heavenly venerates. Each of them could contend against a 9th step supreme heavenly venerate of the ancient race. When the 3 of them attacked together, they immediately beat up the supreme heavenly venerate of the ancient race. The 9th step supreme heavenly venerate of the ancient race was also stubborn. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Even though he couldn't beat Yi Tianzong and the other 2, he didn't admit defeat or escape. Instead, he chose to fight to the death with the 3 of them. The battle between supreme heavenly venerates caused a huge commotion. The commotion of the battle spread more than 100,000 miles away and gradually attracted other supreme heavenly venerates. After seeing the 2 sides of the battle, most of them chose to watch from the sidelines. Apart from the supreme heavenly venerates of the ancient race who came to help their fellow clan members, no other supreme heavenly venerates came to help Yi Tianzong and the other 2. The supreme heavenly venerates of the human race also left without looking back. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu made a prompt decision. The 3 of them worked together and executed a forbidden divine ability. They killed a 9th step and 3/5 step supreme, heavenly venerates of the ancient race in front of the horrified eyes of the other supreme, heavenly venerates. Then they instantly left the battlefield. The boundless infinitum yin-yang combination was a forbidden mystique created by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu when they were in the Great Emperor realm. There were many lucky coincidences in the process of creating this forbidden mystique. As the three of them grew stronger, they never gave up on perfecting this forbidden mystique. Therefore, the power of this forbidden mystique grew stronger and stronger. After killing a 9th step supreme, heavenly venerate, Yi Tianzong and the other two's ferocious power spread throughout the entire heavenly venerate battlefield. All the supreme heavenly venerates of the various clans wouldn't fight with Yi Tianzong and the other two unless they had no other choice. While Yi Tianzong and the other two continued to improve their strength in the immortal mansion, in the great thousand world of the myriad races, there was a strange change in the forbidden spirit extremist that was originally guarded by the Silver Moon race. In the depths of the forbidden spirit extremists, in the chaotic region where space-time was broken and destiny no longer existed, thousands of strange-looking creatures wrapped in a dark gray current appeared inexplicably in this vast secret realm. These strangely shaped creatures were incomparably huge. Even the smallest of them was several tens of meters in size. They emitted an aura of destruction, slaughter, and destruction from the inside out. It was as if they were born to destroy and slaughter everything in their path. The most shocking thing was that each of these chaotic creatures exuded an aura not weaker than that of a great emperor expert. There were even hundreds of celestial venerates among them. The largest chaotic creature was thousands of feet in size and exuded an aura not inferior to that of a supreme heavenly venerate. The eyes of these creatures were filled with a dark red glow. Except for the largest chaotic creature, the rest of them had no sense of reason, only the desire to kill. Following an earth-shattering roar that shook the space-time, the 100 chaotic creatures equivalent to celestial venerates and over 3,000 great emperors roared and rushed toward the exit of this vast secret realm. After all the chaotic creatures left, the largest and most powerful chaotic creature also rushed out of the vast secret realm. No one knew when the forbidden spirit extremis had appeared in the great thousand worlds of the myriad races. It had existed for a very, very long time, and no one knew why it had appeared. They only knew that anyone who entered the forbidden spirit extremis would perish inside, including heavenly venerates and supreme heavenly venerates. Moreover, chaotic ferocious spirits would rush out from the forbidden spirit extremis from time to time. The weakest of these chaotic ferocious spirits were equivalent to great emperors, while the stronger ones could contend with great heavenly venerates. The chaotic ferocious spirits slaughtered and destroyed everything. The living beings they saw were no longer living beings. Everywhere they passed, only death would be left. There were now 4 races close to the forbidden spirit extremis. They were the meta-spirit race, the giant dragon race, the knightly race, and the human race. These 4 races were all powerful races with supreme heavenly venerates overseeing them. The giant dragon race and the knightly race had originally been ranked behind the blood demon race. After the human race had eliminated the blood demon race, the mysterious underworld race and the earth god race, the giant dragon race, and the knightly race had become the 9th and 10th most powerful races. The forbidden spirit extremis had originally been deathly silent. However, on this day, the earth-shattering roars of beasts broke the silence. Thousands of frenzied and murderous roars resounded in the vast forbidden spirit extremis. The entire forbidden spirit extremis was billions of miles wide. The chaotic creatures that had rushed out of the primal chaos secret realm didn't stop for a moment. They immediately split into 4 directions and rushed out of the forbidden spirit extremis. Following the appearance of these chaotic creatures, the grayish-black airflow that had been floating in the forbidden spirit extremis seemed to have been activated. It suddenly surged violently, and every airflow contained a destructive power that could destroy all life. Countless grayish-black airflows formed monstrous waves that crashed against the heavenly Tao barrier outside the forbidden spirit extremists with destructive power. Wave after wave of enormous black waves crashed against the heavenly Tao barrier, vowing to completely destroy the barrier of the heavenly Tao. Even a supreme heavenly venerate would have no choice but to flee in the face of the gigantic wave that could destroy everything. When the black waves crashed against the heavenly Tao barrier, thousands of chaotic ferocious spirits that were equivalent to great emperors and heavenly venerates also rushed to the heavenly Tao barrier. When the chaotic ferocious spirits, wrapped in the grayish-black airflow, passed through the heavenly Tao barrier, it was as if cold water had been poured on a piece of red-hot iron. They screamed in pain as they passed through the heavenly Tao barrier with great difficulty. The grayish-black airflow that enveloped the chaotic ferocious spirits had almost completely disappeared. The human race, meta-spirit race, giant dragon race, and knightly race had all sent an army to guard the forbidden spirit extremists. There were also heavenly venerate experts present. Therefore, when the forbidden spirit extremists began to change, the armies stationed outside the forbidden spirit extremists were the first to discover the situation. Then, they sent word to their respective rear as quickly as possible. This time, more than 3,000 great emperors, 100 heavenly venerates, and 1 supreme heavenly venerate had attacked. They were divided into 4 groups. The armies of meta-spirit race, giant dragon race, and knightly race that were stationed outside the forbidden spirit extremists suffered great loss because of their underestimation. Billions of soldiers were almost wiped out in a short time. Even the heavenly venerate experts guarding the forbidden spirit extremists were besieged by so many heavenly venerate level chaotic, ferocious spirits. The situation was precarious. On the other hand, the human race's army and heavenly venerate experts had a short time to react because Yi Tianzong had set up a Howren sky barrier out of caution, sensing the aura of more than 700 great emperors, more than 20 heavenly venerates, and supreme heavenly venerates that were far stronger than heavenly venerates. The human race's heavenly venerate stationed here turned pale with fright. He hurriedly crushed the emergency rescue talisman in his hand and ordered the human race's army to retreat. Chapter 452. Yi Tianzong's clone, who was far away in the central territory of the human race, was handling some important matters in the heavenly court. Yi Tianzong's clone sensed it in less than a second when the chaos ferocious spirits in the spirit forbidden extremists attacked the Howren sky barrier. Oh, there's a change in the spirit forbidden extremists. Yi Tianzong's clone's expression changed. He tore open the void and stepped into the void passageway, rushing toward the spirit forbidden extremists. Yi Tianzong's clone in the heavenly court was an avatar that he had spent countless resources and energy to cultivate. It possessed 80% of the strength of his main body. Yi Tianzong's current strength was no weaker than a 9th-step supreme heavenly venerate. So Yi Tianzong's avatar possessed the strength of a 6th-step supreme heavenly venerate. Such an avatar had its own consciousness, but it was completely dominated by the main body. Yi Tianzong had a total of 3 avatars. One of the other 2 was in charge of the Howren divine sect, while the other was by Yi Tianzong's side in Yi Tianzong's inner world. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had each cultivated 2 avatars that also possessed 80% of the strength of their main body. This heaven-defying avatar divine ability was something that Yi Tianzong had obtained from the inheritance of the immortal abode. Even with Yi Tianzong's current strength, he was very surprised and secretly marveled at the power and mystery of this divine ability. The distance from the center of the human race's territory to the spirit forbidden extremists was more than 1 trillion miles. Even a great heavenly venerate would need nearly 2 minutes to travel. But Yi Tianzong's clone was extremely powerful. It broke through the void and arrived outside the spirit forbidden extremists in less than 5 seconds. A supreme aura shook the entire universe. Heavenly Venerable Yungo, who was originally anxious and terrified outside the Forbidden Spirit Lands, was instantly overjoyed when he saw Yi Tianzong's clone tearing through the void and descending. It was as if he had seen his savior in his moment of despair. He hurriedly went forward to greet him. Yungo greets the boundless supreme. Yi Tianzong's clone nodded and looked at the chaotic, ferocious spirits that were attacking the boundary. There were 25 heavenly venerates, 760 great emperors, and one supreme, heavenly venerate existence. His expression turned solemn. With his strength, he could deal with so many chaotic, ferocious spirits given time. However, he wasn't in his original body and didn't have any forbidden divine abilities. He couldn't eliminate the supreme, heavenly venerate, ferocious spirits quickly. Once the battle started, he wouldn't be able to take care of the aftermath. Seeing the human race's army that was retreating urgently below, Yi Tianzong reached out his hand and grabbed. 10 peak, great emperors came before him. Then he instructed, "Everyone, set up a defensive line millions of miles away. I'll leave the weakest chaotic, ferocious spirits to you." After that, without waiting for the 10 peak, great emperors to reply, Yi Tianzong waved his hand and the space trembled. The billions of human race's army stationed on the ground were teleported millions of miles away by Yi Tianzong's spatial divine ability. Then Yi Tianzong waved his hand and sent out a spiritual light message that shot into the void and disappeared. Looking at the chaotic, ferocious spirits that had broken through the boundary, Yi Tianzong said to Heavenly Venerate Yunge, "Go and watch them. Don't let the chaotic, ferocious spirits break out of the defensive line." After that, Yi Tianzong attacked the 25 Heavenly Venerables and one Supreme Heavenly Venerables that had rushed out. Golden Fist Prints filled the sky and pierced through the space-time. They attacked the 25 Heavenly Venerates and the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, causing them to roar with hatred. Yi Tianzong punched out and immediately soared into the 9 heavens. The Heavenly Venerates and the Supreme Heavenly Venerate ferocious spirits that were angered by Yi Tianzong also followed Yi Tianzong into the 9 heavens. A great battle that involved millions of miles of void broke out in the 9 heavens. The universe shook and the starry sky was on the verge of collapse. The sacred and supreme power collided with the destructive power. It was as though two energies of opposite natures collided, resulting in an explosion that could destroy the void. Time fragments danced in the air. The glaring light illuminated the vast space-time. Spatial cracks that were thousands of miles wide appeared. The aftermath of the energy that tore everything apart swept across the 9 heavens and earth. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger unleashed his strength that could look down on the world. His powerful supreme energy of Tao condensed into the shape of the boundless divine sword. He performed the boundless sword technique that could sweep across the world and cut through time and space. The boundless divine sword pierced through the air. There was nothing that it could not cut through in time and space. An endless river of sword chi traversed the 9 heavens and earth and swept toward the chaos ferocious spirits. These chaos ferocious spirits were too dangerous. Not only were their defenses very strong, but every attack they launched carried a destructive power that could destroy all life and everything in the world. They were a great threat to Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. Even with his supreme Tao body, he was unwilling to come into contact with them directly. He could only transform his Tao energy into swords and perform sword techniques to attack from afar. On the other hand, the chaos ferocious spirits were under the command of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. The 25 Heavenly Venerate spirits of chaos attacked Yi Tianzong's doppelganger from all directions. Relying on their strong defensive power and the nature of the power that could destroy everything in the world, the 26 chaos fierce spirits dashed in the endless stream of sword power released by Yi Tianzong's clone, roaring and roaring. Under the powerful threat of the chaos ferocious spirits, Yi Tianzong's doppelganger unleashed a divine power that was not weaker than that of a sixth-step supreme heavenly venerate. He also performed the boundless sword technique that he had not used for a long time. It was not that the boundless sword technique was outdated or not powerful enough. It was just that ordinary enemies did not need to use the boundless sword technique at all. Powerful enemies could only use forbidden divine powers in order to end the battle quickly. In fact, the boundless sword technique was still Yi Tianzong's strongest means of fighting enemies, second only to forbidden divine powers. The extremely sharp sword radiance let out a supreme sword cry that pierced the sky. It tore through the 9 heavens, severed the river of time, space, and all the light that could be seen. With an unstoppable sharpness, it slashed the supreme heavenly venerate spirit of chaos at a speed that surpassed time and space. A wound that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the chaos ferocious spirit of chaos. The chaos ferocious spirit of chaos held in pain. Then it waved its sharp claws at Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. The vast sky suddenly dimmed when the chaos ferocious spirit of chaos swung its huge claws. The huge claws that were tens of millions of miles long blotted out the sky and the sun as they pressed down on Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. At the same time, the 25 heavenly venerate spirits of chaos around Yi Tianzong roared, and each spat out a black light beam that could annihilate the void and the world, attacking Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger was blocked from all directions. For a moment, Yi Tianzong's doppelganger seemed to be in a precarious situation. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger snorted coldly. The sacred and powerful golden light shone brightly all over his body, illuminating the eternal space. Then he threw out a domineering punch with his left hand, directly breaking the attack of the huge claws that were tens of millions of miles long. Then he made a move with his right hand, boundless cold light. Millions of swords that were tens of thousands of miles long slashed across the heaven and earth, then gathered into 25 beams of extreme sword radiance and met the attacks of the 25 chaos ferocious spirits of chaos. Another world-shaking shock broke out, and the violent destructive power flooded the 9 heavens and the void for hundreds of billions of miles. The world-destroying battle was still going on. The battle between Yi Tianzong's doppelganger and the chaos ferocious spirits of chaos was getting more and more intense and uncontrollable. The range of the battle was getting larger and larger, spreading to even more distant and vast heavens and earth. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger's strength was also increasing. He had already unleashed about 60% of his strength. While Yi Tianzong was fighting the chaos ferocious spirits of chaos, the heavenly venerables of the Metaspirit clan, the Colossal Dragon clan, and the Knightly clan had finally arrived at the Spirit Forbidden Extremis and were fighting the chaos ferocious spirits of chaos that were wreaking havoc. At the same time, the supreme heavenly venerables of the 3 clans had also arrived and were watching the battle from the sidelines. In order to avoid affecting their own clans, the heavenly venerables of the Metaspirit clan, the Colossal Dragon clan, and the Knightly clan lured the chaos ferocious spirits of chaos to the distant horizon to fight. The heavenly venerables of the other 3 clans naturally noticed the intense battle between Yi Tianzong and the chaos ferocious spirits of chaos. The heavenly venerables of the Metaspirit clan, the Colossal Dragon clan, and the Knightly clan couldn't help but feel fortunate that the supreme heavenly venerate chaos ferocious spirits of chaos hadn't chosen to attack their clan's territories. Instead, they had chosen to attack the human race. After the heavenly venerables of the other 3 clans arrived, the heavenly venerables of the human race who were in seclusion also received Yi Tianzong's message and rushed over one after another. The first to arrive was the supreme heavenly venerate of the void. After arriving, he immediately went to the 9 heavens void and joined the battle to deal with the chaos ferocious spirits together with Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. Then, great heavenly venerate Shenyang, great heavenly venerate Jyoti, heavenly venerate Wanlei, heavenly venerate Guyu, Yi Howren, and the others arrived one after another. More than 100 heavenly venerables of the human race had arrived at the same time. Under the siege of 2 supreme heavenly venerables and more than 100 heavenly venerables, a total of 26 chaos ferocious spirits were ultimately annihilated regardless of how strong their defenses were. The supreme heavenly venerate chaos ferocious spirit of chaos was killed by the combined efforts of Yi Tianzong's doppelganger and supreme heavenly venerate of the void. Since the chaos ferocious spirits weren't living beings of the myriad races, great thousand worlds, they didn't have a true spirit hidden in the river of time. After the human race's heavenly venerables were done with the battle, most of them followed Yi Tianzong's doppelganger and supreme heavenly venerate of the void to the sky great path barrier outside the spirit lock extremis. They looked at the spirit lock extremis behind the barrier with great vigilance. Once a chaos ferocious spirit tried to rush out of the barrier, it would be killed immediately. The dozen or so celestial masters came to the front of the human army that was fighting against the 600 emperor-level chaos ferocious spirits. They attacked the chaos ferocious spirits one after another with dazzling divine powers and earth-shattering power. Under the attacks of more than 10 heavenly venerate powerhouses, the great emperor-level chaos ferocious spirits were quickly annihilated one by one, preventing the human race from suffering a great number of casualties. After the human race's battle ended, the heavenly venerate powerhouses of the Meta-Spirit clan, Colossal Dragon clan, and Knightly clan also killed the chaos ferocious spirits one after another with the help of the supreme heavenly venerates. Then they also came before the spirit lock extremists to observe the situation inside. Chapter 453. Under the gaze of the heavenly venerates of the human race, the Meta-Spirit race, the Giant Dragon race, and the Knightly race, the huge black waves in the forbidden spirit extremis gradually subsided. Then, the entire extremis regained its deathly stillness. Sigh, is this era coming to an end again? A supreme exalted celestial from the Meta-Spirit clan who exuded an ancient aura side. Because the supreme heavenly venerate from the Meta-Spirit race didn't deliberately conceal his voice. The human race heavenly venerates who were close to the Meta-Spirit race also heard him. Yi Tianzong's clone crossed the distance in one step and arrived in front of the supreme heavenly venerate from the Meta-Spirit race. He asked, "Do you know anything? Please enlighten us. The human race will be eternally grateful." At the same time, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void, the supreme heavenly venerates of the Giant Dragon race, and the Knightly race also arrived in front of the supreme heavenly venerate from the Meta-Spirit race. The supreme heavenly venerate from the Meta-Spirit race changed his expression slightly when he sensed the faint oppressive aura from Yi Tianzong's clone. He then said, "There's nothing to hide. You'll find out from the heavenly Tao sooner or later. The great thousand world of the myriad races is divided into epochs. Each epoch has a total of 12, 96 billion years from the beginning to the end. The human race, the Giant Dragon race, the Knightly race, the mysterious underworld race, the Earth God race, and the Blood Demon race were all races that were born in this epoch. Therefore, you don't know about the epochs. The Meta-Spirit race was lucky enough to survive the last epoch. There are 4 great extremists in our world: the Forbidden Spirit extremis, the Endless Demon Abyss, the Ancient Sky Burial Region, and the Shattered Star Sea. The Forbidden Spirit extremis is here. The Endless Demon Abyss is in the Demon race. The Ancient Sky Burial Region is in the Heavenly Saints' territory. The Shattered Star Sea is guarded by the Star Spirit race. At the end of each epoch in the last 10 million years, all kinds of chaos ferocious spirits will begin to appear in the 4 great extremists on a large scale. These chaotic ferocious spirits seemed as if they existed for the sake of destruction. They charged through the barrier of the Heaven Tao outside the danger zone, destroyed and slaughtered all living beings and non-living beings, and destroyed everything in the world. Everywhere they passed, They left behind an expanse of desolation and deathly silence. Don't think that some weak races are unremarkable. In fact, there are many small races that have been passed down from the previous epoch, or even the epoch before that. However, as the epoch changed, their luck changed, and the difficulty of cultivation increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, they could only live on. The change of epochs was the change of eras. It was also the redistribution of the world's providence. You races that were born in this epoch are favored by the heavenly Tao. Your luck and cultivation speed are 10 times greater than the races that survived in the previous epochs. At the end of every epoch, chaos ferocious spirits would suddenly appear from the 4 most dangerous lands as a symbol. At the end of every epoch, only the races that preserved more than 1/10 of their foundation could continue to survive. Otherwise, there would always be all kinds of accidents in the next era. In the end, they would completely disappear from the world within 10 million years. Since such an unforeseen event has occurred in the spirit restriction extremis, it means that the change of epochs has already begun. You races that were born in the current epoch should take care of yourselves. You are the main targets of the chaos ferocious spirits. After saying that, the supreme venerate of the meta-spirit clan left with the rest of the heavenly venerate experts. Be careful of the 3 overlord races. In the hundreds of epochs of the myriad races' world's history, the 3 races have always dominated the world, not only because they are powerful, but also because they hunt the races of various epochs to maintain the luck of their races. After the supreme venerate of the meta-spirit clan left, a faint heavenly voice entered the ears of Yi Tianzong's clone. After pausing for a moment, Yi Tianzong's clone regained his composure. Then he glanced at the supreme venerates of the colossal dragon clan and the knightly clan before leaving with the supreme venerate of the void. After returning to the outside of the spirit restriction extremis, Yi Tianzong's clone said to the supreme venerate of the void, "In order to avoid being caught off guard, we need to set up another barrier outside the Sky Great Path energy barrier. This way, we will have time to react if there are any unforeseen events in the spirit restriction extremis in the future. Withdraw the troops below the Great Emperor realm. Leave only the Great Emperors and Heavenly Venerates to guard the place." The Supreme Venerate of the Void nodded and said, "Let's do that. I'll leave the matter of the barrier to you. You can choose any material you want from the Sky Court's treasury." "No problem, leave it to me. The main body has already developed the world-shaking fortresses above the cosmic realm battle fortresses. My idea is to build at least 10 world-shaking fortresses outside the spirit restriction extremis. All the great emperors and heavenly venerates will be stationed in the fortresses. I will be overseeing this place." Supreme Celestial Lord of the Void was slightly shocked upon hearing this. Compared to the world-shaking war fortress, he was more shocked that the person in front of him was not Yi Tianzong's real body, but a doppelganger. If a doppelganger was stronger than him, then how strong was the real body? How did his strength increase so quickly? Were the all heavens almighties really that incredible? After calming himself down, the supreme venerate of the void said, "All right, I'll leave these matters to you. I'll go back and instruct the people in the Sky Court to fully cooperate with you. If what the supreme venerate of the Meta-Spirit clan said is true, then the focus of the human race will be on how to survive the epic change." With that, the supreme venerate of the void left. Coincidentally, when the primal chaos ferocious spirits appeared in the spirit restriction extremis, primal chaos ferocious spirits also rushed out of the endless demon abyss, the buried sky ancient region, and the shattered star ocean. Furthermore, the strength and number of primal chaos ferocious spirits were the same as the ones in the spirit restriction extremis. It's the end of another epoch. It's time to harvest the fortune of those races. A supreme venerate of the demon race guarding outside the endless demon abyss announced his decision to the other supreme venerates after quelling the attack of the primal chaos ferocious spirits. We still have to wait a little longer. The fortune and strength of those races born in this epoch haven't reached their peak yet. We won't be able to gain much if we act now. Let's wait until the last 1,000,000 years. Given our strength, they won't be able to overturn the situation, another supreme venerate of the demon race said. Yes, that makes sense. It's only a few million years. It's just a snap of the fingers. Let's let them live freely for a while longer. Just like that, the supreme venerate of the demon race decided the fate of the races born in this epoch in the great thousand world. In the heaven burial ancient region of the heavenly saint clan's territory and the shattered star sea of the star spirit clan's territory, there were similar conversations. It could be seen that the experts of the demon clan, the heavenly saint clan, and the star spirit clan were used to this. It wasn't just a few times, but dozens of times. In the human race's territory, outside the spirit forbidden extremists. After Yi Tianzong's clone told the human race's supreme venerates about the end of the epoch, orders were sent out. Godly kings and great emperors of the human race were mobilized. Endless materials and resources were transported out of the spirit forbidden extremists. Then, under the command of Yi Tianzong's clone, they began to build sky suppression grade, cosmic grade, and world-shaking grade battle fortresses. Thanks to Yi Tianzong's information on Formation Dao and Tools Dao, the number of human race experts who were proficient in refining weapons and setting up formations increased greatly. With the assistance of millions of godly kings and great emperors, the construction of sky suppression grade, cosmic grade, and world-shaking grade battle fortresses was very fast. In just 300 years, 50,000 sky suppression grade battle fortresses, 3,000 cosmic grade battle fortresses, and 20 world-shaking grade battle fortresses were built. However, this was far from enough. The construction of the battle fortresses showed no signs of stopping. The human race's enemies were not only the chaotic, ferocious spirits in the spirit forbidden extremists, but also the demon race. According to the supreme venerate of the Metaspirit clan, the 3 overlord races would begin to harvest the fate of the races born in the current epoch at the end of each epoch. Now that the end of the epoch had begun, the demon race should be preparing to attack the human race. Now, it was a race against time to strengthen the human race's strength and foundation. The colossus that was the human race had been fully mobilized. It was divided into 4 major parts. One part was used to guard the borders under the heavenly venerates' rotation. The other part was led by some heavenly venerates to constantly conquer the weaker races and plunder more territories, resources, and fate. The third part was used to maintain the normal order and operation of the human race's territories. The last and most powerful part of the human race's forces were concentrated in the tens of trillions of miles outside the spirit forbidden extremists. In this vast area, Yi Tianzong's clone and 120 heavenly venerates of Wengu worked together to cast a great ability and set up an extremely sturdy spatial boundary. It also had the ability to verify the race's identity. Only living beings that truly belonged to the human race could enter this area through the boundary. This was also for the sake of secrecy. They hid the majority of the human race's forces to prevent the demon race from detecting them and making a move in advance. Countless godly kings and great emperors were stationed here, as well as human cultivators above the mythic 5th layer. These people came from the heavenly court and all the human race's monarch, emperor, and sovereign factions. All of the 5th and 6th celestial stage mythic powerhouses worked for some of the godly king powerhouses to build the sky-suppressing battle fortresses. Most of the godly king powerhouses worked for some of the great emperor powerhouses to build the cosmic battle fortresses. Most of the great emperor powerhouses worked for over 100 celestial venerables to build the world-shaking battle fortresses. With the passage of time, most of the human race's materials and resources were gathered outside the spirit-forbidden extremists. Then numerous fortresses were built and secretly deployed in the human race's territories and borders to strengthen the human race's strength. While the humans were making preparations, the giant dragon tribe, Knightly tribe, Shura tribe, Demon Sonar tribe, and the others were also making their own preparations. They were constantly expanding outwards, conquering the weaker tribes, plundering resources and fate, and increasing their own strength. Chapter 454. In the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who were in the world battlefield, learned about the epic change from their doppelgangers when they returned to the Great Thousand World. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu each left behind a doppelganger that was equivalent to a fifth step supreme, celestial venerate. In this way, there were two doppelgangers of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu in the Great Thousand World. There were a total of 5 supreme, celestial venerates in the Void Supreme, celestial venerate. As long as the demon race didn't attack or a large number of supreme, celestial venerate chaotic ferocious spirits appeared in the spirit confinement extreme land, they were enough to deal with most unexpected situations. After the 3 of them understood the general situation of the human race, they didn't stay for long. Instead, they returned to the world battlefield in the Immortal Mansion to cultivate and search for more myriad origin flowing crystals. The doppelgangers that followed the 3 of them were also left in the ethereal territory of the human race's Great Thousand World to guard the ethereal pavilion and refine various elixirs to collect resources and materials. Then they would regularly hand over the materials to the doppelgangers in the Great Thousand World to build more war fortresses. With the cooperation of the doppelgangers, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu tried their best to improve their strength. As long as the 3 of them were strong enough to reach the perfected supreme, celestial venerate realm, the human race in the Great Thousand World wouldn't have to fear the attack of the demon race and would have a greater chance of surviving the epic change. 10,000 years passed, and then another 10,000 years passed. Amidst the smoke-filled atmosphere of the Great Thousand World of the myriad races, 100,000 years passed quickly. All the races born in this epoch gradually learned about the secret of the epic change. As a result, there was an endless bloodbath. There were a total of 129,600 races, and a brutal race war broke out between them. In 100,000 years, more than half of the races disappeared from the world forever. In 100,000 years, humanity had exterminated dozens of small and weak races. Their territory had expanded by around 10%, and they had completely digested this new territory. With their massive destiny and resources, they had gained another 12 Empyrean powerhouses. Outside the spirit forbidden grounds, the originally empty space of tens of millions of miles was now occupied by huge fortresses of cosmic universe state and world-shaking level. There were a total of 20,000 cosmic level fortresses and 100 world-shaking level fortresses. They were located in special positions on the ground. Looking from the sky, it looked like a super formation formed by fortresses. There were 200 great emperors and 20,000 god kings in each cosmic fortress. There were 1,000 great emperors and 1 to 2 heavenly venerables in each world-shaking fortress. It could be said that nearly 70% of the human race's strength was gathered in this region that was only tens of millions of miles wide. It had already been 100,000 years since the last change in the forbidden spirit danger grounds. On this day, the originally deathly still forbidden spirit danger grounds experienced another change. Through the heavenly Tao energy barrier, one could see that the forbidden spirit danger grounds had once again surged with huge black waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. They surged violently, and wave after wave crashed against the heavenly Tao energy barrier. The sky of hundreds of millions of miles outside the forbidden spirit danger grounds also became dark. Dense, dark clouds covered the sunlight, and cold gales appeared in the world. Noticing this, the human race's masters immediately became alert. Many heavenly venerables with powerful chi appeared in the sky. Behind them, tens of thousands of peak great emperors and late-stage great emperors also appeared one after another. They looked at the forbidden spirit danger ground seriously. At the same time, the cosmic level fortresses and world-shaking level fortresses on the ground all activated their defensive light shields. The dazzling divine light illuminated the dark sky of hundreds of millions of miles wide. Not long after, roar! Woo! One roar after another came from the spirit forbidden ground. It carried a violent, murderous intent. In less than 10 seconds, the human heavenly venerables and great emperors saw more than 5,000 chaos beasts of different sizes emerge from the huge black waves and crash into the heavenly Tao energy barrier. After a series of sizzling sounds, all the chaos beasts charged through the heavenly Tao energy barrier after painful struggle. Then, they discovered the human race's masters who were on high alert. The dense aura of vitality that soared into the sky drove the mindless, chaos, ferocious spirits into a frenzy. They charged directly at the human race experts. When the chaos beasts broke free from the heavenly Tao energy barrier, the human race's masters didn't take the opportunity to attack because they weren't sure if their attacks would affect the heavenly Tao energy barrier and cause the huge black waves to leak out. They all knew that the monstrous waves were formed by the gray and black airflow that was filled with death and destruction power in the forbidden spirit danger grounds. Even heavenly venerables like them didn't dare to touch it at all. Once it leaked out of the forbidden spirit danger grounds, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, there was one supreme heavenly venerable, 30 heavenly venerables, and 5,000 great emperors among the chaos beasts. They were stronger than 100,000 years ago. There were 5 more heavenly venerables and 2,500 great emperors among the chaos beasts. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger met the supreme, heavenly venerable chaos beasts at once. He lured it up to the 9th heaven void and engaged in a fierce battle there. This time, there were no other heavenly venerable chaos beasts to impede him. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger transformed his Tao energy into a sword. The boundless sword technique soared into the sky with unstoppable sharpness. Streaks of sword radiance slashed the chaos beast's body and left deep wounds. However, Yi Tianzong's doppelganger dodged or broke through the chaos beast's attacks. During the battle, Yi Tianzong's doppelganger had the absolute upper hand. Below the 9th heaven, 100 celestial masters of the human clan were fighting against 30 fierce spirits of the chaos. At least 3 celestial masters were besieging one fierce spirit of the chaos. Fierce spirits of the chaos had no sense of reason and only knew how to kill and destroy. Although they had great defensive power, they were still struggling in the face of the joint attack of the celestial masters, who were several times more powerful than them. After exhausting the fierce spirits of the chaos, they were killed one after another. At the bottom of the 9th heaven void, 5,000 great emperors of the chaos beasts were surrounded by 20,000 peak great emperors and late great emperors. For great emperors were ganging up on one chaos beasts. Perhaps a great emperor alone wouldn't be a match for a chaos beasts, but 4 great emperors could definitely suppress the chaos beasts. Under the joint attack of the human clan experts, the chaos beasts exploded one after another and disappeared completely. The great emperor battlefield and the heavenly venerables battlefield ended one after another. The battle above the 9th heaven void also came to an end. After the supreme chaos beast's energy was depleted by Yi Tianzong's doppelganger, they were soon beaten to the brink of death by Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. Then a supreme sword light flashed by, and the chaos beast's doppelganger was completely eliminated by Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. Yi Tianzong suddenly felt that the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be more friendly to him. An inexplicable force was added to his body, and the heaven and earth yuan qi became more active when he cultivated. Could it be that eliminating chaos beasts was beneficial to heaven and earth, and that was why he was blessed with luck? Previously, because it was the first time he encountered a mutation in the spirit forbidden extremis, and eliminated it with the supreme heavenly venerate of the void, he immediately returned to the outside of the spirit forbidden extremis to stand guard. Therefore, he didn't notice it. This time, because he eliminated a chaos beasts on his own, the change was more obvious and he could easily sense it. It seemed like the appearance of chaos beasts was both a crisis and an opportunity for the human clan. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger took a step forward and returned to the outside of the spirit forbidden extremis. Then he transmitted his discovery to all the heavenly venerates and great emperors that killing chaos beasts could increase one's luck. Then he waved his hand and sent a message into the void. Not long after, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void tore through the void and arrived. After Yi Tianzong's doppelganger told him about his discovery, the supreme heavenly venerate of the void immediately decided to stay outside the spirit forbidden extremis and keep watch. The battle on the human clan's side ended very quickly. The meta-spirit tribe, the colossal dragon tribe, and the knightly tribe also ended their battles quickly because there were no supreme heavenly venerate level chaos beasts attacking them. Furthermore, the powerhouses of the three races also discovered the secret that killing chaos beasts could increase one's luck. As the years passed, the war between the races in the great thousand world of the myriad races became even more intense. Countless living beings disappeared forever in the war between the races. Another 100,000 years passed, and the number of races in the great thousand world of the myriad races was reduced by half again. There were less than 30,000 of them left. The human clan had not stopped exaggerating in the past 100,000 years. Once again, they exterminated more than a dozen races and expanded their territory. The number of heavenly venerate powerhouses in the human clan had increased by another 20. The number of heavenly venerate powerhouses in the human clan had exceeded 240. Perhaps it was because the foundation of the human clan had begun to explode at the end of the epic. Outstanding young talents of the human clan emerged one after another, far surpassing the standard that they should have in normal times. Under the intentional arrangements of the upper echelons of the human clan, countless geniuses advanced triumphantly and fought in all directions. With the supply of large amounts of resources, their strength increased rapidly. While the various geniuses in the human clan's territory were growing rapidly, another wave of chaos beasts broke out outside the spirit restriction extremis. This time, the number and strength of the chaos ferocious spirits had increased again. There was still one supreme celestial venerate chaos ferocious spirit, but there were now 60 supreme celestial venerates and 8,000 great emperor chaos ferocious spirits. When Yi Tianzong had just ascended to the great thousand world of the myriad races, such a force had been enough to easily destroy the human clan. However, it had only caused some trouble for the human clan now. This time, the supreme heavenly venerate chaos beast was left to deal with while Yi Tianzong's clone watched over from the side. The remaining heavenly venerate and great emperor chaos beasts were left to the human clan's heavenly venerates and great emperors. After a series of battles, the human clan had paid the price of hundreds of great emperors to kill all the chaos beasts. On the other side, the meta-spirit clan, the colossal dragon clan, and the knightly clan had paid a huge price to kill the chaos beasts. The spirit restriction extremis regained its deathly silence. However, the experts of the human clan, the meta-spirit clan, the colossal dragon clan, and the knightly clan all had heavy hearts as they looked at the spirit restriction extremis. The chaos beasts that emerged from the spirit restriction extremis were getting stronger and stronger. At this rate, there were still more than 9 million years until the end of the epic. How strong would the chaos beasts be by then? Would they still be able to withstand them?